Monday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list as always is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway will be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we're doing today will be a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that. Before we get started on today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. But before we begin, most important question, scale of 1 to 10, how are you doing today? There are no wrong answers, okay? Especially right now. The energy has been kind of whack. I'm sure you've been feeling it. We got a ridiculous amount of planets in retrograde right now. But one of the things that may help a little bit is the fact that we now that Mercury is now not one of those planets. Mercury is going direct today. Obviously, we're still kind of in the shadow space, so give it a little bit of time. I don't think that this particular Mercury retrograde was and I'm going to tell you also, the fact that the thing I was kind of articulating upon throughout this whole Mercury retrograde cycle that we were going through is Mercury retrograde was not the energy retrograding that was the hardest thing to energetically deal with right now. We're still in the thick of it with a lot of that retrograde stuff, especially, listen, Neptune and Saturn retrograding together is no joke. Okay. Because the one thing that we want to we've been talking about is the fact that that Neptune and Saturn are both planets that deal heavily. They deal heavily in relationality to the energy of the past. Neptune is often working in the space of memory. It's like our memory bank, while Saturn has to do with time. So if you've been feeling this, if you've been finding that it's like, if you've been feeling very pulled back to the past, if you find your mind wandering, if you will, wandering back to past situations or circumstances, potentially even like a little bit of fixation on stuff right now. We were seeing, especially when the moon was in Capricorn a few days ago. All of these things are to be expected with this type of energy. But, and that's what I meant about the fact that Mercury being in retrograde. And again, the fact that we've also got Chiron in retrograde isn't helping either. Because, when you put them all together, like when you put the mathematics together of what we basically have now, which is Pluto in retrograde, Saturn in retrograde, Neptune in retrograde, Eris in retrograde, Chiron in retrograde. It's, if I had to like put it, make like a sign for it, it'd be like, I don't want to feel like this, right? I'm tired of feeling this way. And that's what I meant in relationality to, Mercury retrograding in Leo being a little bit helpful to us during that period. Because you have to remember, I'll always defend this. Mercury retrogrades are not here to mess things up. They help us recognize what we want to innovate upon, right? Because Mercury retrograding in Leo says, well, if you don't want to feel like that, have you considered adding compassion to something? Have you been carrying something for a while? If it's causing a lot of pain for you, have you considered trying a little compassion? And I feel like that compassion, and we want to be very careful about this because there's been a lot of messages coming through right now about compassion. Compassion does not just mean being nice. It's not about niceness. It's understanding and putting that force of care into things. And I'm going to tell you right now, that's either the care that is directed to the self, right? Looking at something and saying, I need to start taking care of the self better, or I need to start being kinder to the self, or potentially looking at a situation from the past and allowing the perspective of time to be able to look at something more compassionately. And again, I'm not saying not to confuse compassion with just blanket forgiveness. Okay. That's often something that we work through here. Compassion is being able to look at something with a level of empathy. And I'll tell you right now, sometimes this is why we talk about the fact, sometimes when we look at things with compassion, we harden up on them. Okay. Like we harden up. Right. And that's why I'm going to tell you right now, depending on the situation, this could either be like a very, very healing time, but some of that healing might be feeling akin to a little bit of a rude awakening. Okay. Especially, I'll tell you right now, especially while I'm seeing a lot of relationships potentially coming together in the context of this type of energy, I'm also seeing potentially some fundamental separations are occurring. And I'm going to tell you the context by which those separations are occurring may have to do with energy being kinder to the self, right? Being in the observation of being able to recognize and identify and holding the self more sacredly, because a healthy partnership is one where there is mutual understanding and appreciation of the sacredness of what we put into it. That's what I've been telling you guys right now, with the fact that I see that a lot of these relationships that are coming together right now have such strong foundations. They're temperance partnerships. They're working through the prioritization of understanding what is achieved in the context of mutual concerted effort. For a lot of these energies right now, I was saying this, I know this is going to sound a little funny, but like one of the overarching messages that have been coming through in these relationships is they're being forged in the fires of mutual audacity. Because why do we see some of these partnerships that are coming together right now forged by audacity? Audacity is looking at something and getting upset about it, being frustrated and being fortified or validated in that energetic frustration. And that's why I see, and you have to remember too, these retrograde cycles have a tendency of things from the past returning. And the message that was really coming through is the reason that we don't allow the context of expecting that Saturn is going to resolve something for us. It's the understanding that time is not a repairman. Time is a guide. The way things heal in the context of time is the ability by which one is able to view something with a deeper sense of perspective. The healing that comes in the gift of Saturn coming into a situation is never repair work. It's perspective work. And this is why, again, if there are things that are coming into resolution right now, they're going to be coming together with resolutions as it relates to perspectives that have changed. So that could be a lot of heart opening processes that are happening right now. But I'm going to tell you right now, if these are situations where something from the past or someone from the past is coming back with the expectation that time was just going to resolve something, it is not the moment. And especially because I even see that some of these new relationships that are coming together right now, almost being able to articulate it, and to anticipate what was like the occurrence of some of a past energy returning with the expectation that time was going to resolve something. This is like almost furthering, fortifying the fact that a lot of these relationships, these temperance relationships, are building into the mutual trust of each other because they trust each other's perception and direction sense. So a lot of different activation that's happening in separation, but I need to point out it feels frustrating, but it also feels like that frustration is serving as fuel, fortifying the energy into healthy partnership. Now, this brings us to a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now. A lot of these relationships were coming together from between the time of the solstice period up until the time till about Mercury and Venus stationed direct behind Neptune. Now, the reason we were articulating those as magician partnerships is there was an identification point of prioritizing the authenticity of self, the ability to be one's authentic self that allows one to be able to find a counterpart that appreciates one in that modality. And there was a lot of fundamental healing that we saw that was occurring in these spaces over the last few weeks, because the observation of the healthy partnership that does not seek, that does not look towards each other for the potential of what we're going to change within the self, but where the relationship could go. I would not be surprised right now if this is a time or a season of surprise proposals, or the conversation of speeding up a timeline, because for a lot of those relationships, the solidification, the strength and the fortification of the partnership itself in being able to see something that one needs to heal further. This is the reaffirmation moment where a lot of energy may even feel it's kind of like unnecessary or silly to wait on deepening an energetic connection that they feel is so integral within them. While for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, and this is just to show you that qualitatively there is no place to be that is better or worse on the frequencies. This energy right now might be most frustrating for the energy deep within divine union. Because as I mentioned, you'll notice that everything I described right now, the frustration is acting as fuel to move energy into deeper partnership. The energy deep within divine union, a lot of this being those chariot partnerships. Those were the relationships that were coming together from about the time that Mercury and Venus stationed direct behind Neptune up until the time that Mars stationed direct earlier this year. They already got that stable. They already got one. They already got that stabilization. It's not like it's bringing further resolution in relationality to the direction of the partnership, but this may be having a lot of energy becoming more comprehensive in relationality to what they are doing or what they are trying to achieve, or how they are communicating between themselves in the relationship context. Because we see even now that working through old frustrations in new ways, there's a lot of potential. There's a lot of potentiality, a lot of potentiality here to innovate, but it requires one to be able to be energetically adaptable. It requires one to be able to look at something from a different perspective. But that's the gift. And I like to point this out, like this is kind of the gift. And I'll tell you right now, if this retrograde energy has been bothering you or really like frustrating you, I want you not to look at the frustration and be too hard on the self. I want you to look at something and say, how does this change my energetic perspective on something? Right? Because the ability to look at frustration as opportunity is often the ability, and again, instead of getting mad and pushing hard, stepping back, the ability to see something with a point of clarity, or again, like having a little bit of that like fresh view. And so that's what we see is really happening right now for a lot of the energy deep within divine union. It's taking old problems and being able to view them through the fresh view of the energetic counterpart connection, because we see that that's a lot of the energy that was identified. And it's like basically it's like the anticipatory point in being able to notice how you're navigating frustration in different way, where the frustration actually becomes energetically constructive. Now that's where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally. If you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. My friends, please welcome our mod, Kay Megan, in for today. Make sure that you give Kay a follow. We want to make sure that we're supporting each other across the platform. So good to see you today, Kay. Grand Rising, Haley. Good to see you as well. How are you doing, Genre? And Life, thank you for joining us. Farah, thank you for confirmation. Haley, this morning was not too great, probably a 4. Okay, well, I hope that we can get that up. Make sure that you're just concentrating on finding that sense of grounding right now. Good to see you too, Kay. And thank you, Grand Rising Esteban. So good to see you on early. Ava, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Lindsay, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Grand Rising Little Vamp. How are you doing today? Good to see you, V. Thank you. He is a regular grumpy cell. Oh, your pup. Absolutely. One moment, please. And good to see you, V. Thank you. She's doing much better today. Oh, I'm so glad to hear, V. That's great to hear. Thank you. Absolutely. Typical grumpy old man. We love him. Hi there. How are you doing there today, A3? And Catherine, your subscription's ending soon if you would like to renew. I'm telling you, I'm just, every time I read in right now, Kay, for the energy moving deeper into divine union, I'm getting some kind of positive surprise energy. And like further confirmation on that, like I'm about to sneeze, which is, all right, it's gone. It'll come back. That's what I mean. Like literally as I was saying that, I was like, not yet. But it's that teasing. Remember when I was talking about that idea or the ability to be able to tease from something? There was some chirality happening there in relationality to something that was experienced before versus now. Awfully, because I can't stay focused on that over other things happening around Earth. I know, A3. But, you know, the one thing I will say is navigate your drop right now. Do the things that you can do. Be energetically fortified that you're working towards the like what has meaning, and allow that, and don't allow overwhelm to create stoppage in relationality to the frustration of the self. I know how difficult that is right now, especially with all of these planets retrograding together. It's like it's working through the energy of unrest, and it's unrest that we experience outside the self, but also internally. Yep. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Half sleeps. That's okay, Nikki. You can be here half sleeps. You're safe here. Haley, working through a ton of shadows with my counterpart, sending you support on that journey. Haley, remember, make sure you're articulating through it, not projecting through it. Okay. Articulate through it. Don't project into it. All right. What am I missing here? Hold on a minute. Grand Rising, Bridget. Good to see you today. Excellent. And thank you for recharging your heart me's channeling. Good to see you, dear. Oh, your new job starts today. Oh, I'm sending you so much support, dear. I hope it goes well. Exciting. I had a dream about, you had a dream about our collective, Chrissy. Oh my gosh, that's wild. If you want to get like super meta and you want to get on the list with the dream, we could do that. I gotta tell you, the energy right now, Nikki, coming into like moving like that like I'm getting a lot of proposal energy. Mark me on it. Just mark me on it. I'm feeling it right now. Like we were seeing it heavily ever since I saw that like sturgeon mood coming in, you know. Grand Rising, Esteban, so good to see you. Oh my God, I gotta read this. You have those dreams too, Kay? That's wild. You know what's funny? My partner says they sometimes hear me giving readings while I'm sleeping. Like apparently I do readings in my sleep that I don't remember. I never can stop giving readings. It just goes with the territory. Oh, you left a toxic job. Lexi, sending you support on that journey, making sure that you're doing what you need to right now for yourself, sending you so much support. I know the dream space has been intense. Love dream interpretations. I love them too. We've been getting some beautiful ones coming in. All right. And guys, just a reminder, if you would like to have a dream interpreted today, you can put it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can put it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channel. I'm waiting. Yep. I don't want to talk. Hold on a minute. Boop, boop, boop. I don't want to talk about it. Sending you support, Kay. I've got a weird dream. I might get on anytime you want, Bridget. Wild. I used to sell in your sleep. Ugh. That's wild. Not you work. I know. Yeah, working in my sleep. Doing readings in your sleep is so funny. Yeah, apparently I don't recall doing them, but they hear me doing them. I think it's because I moderate so much, of course. I end up having dreams. That makes sense. That's gold. That's funny. I wonder who you read for. That's the funny thing. I don't have any dreams of reading for anyone when I'm sleeping. So I write my like I keep a pretty like rigorous like dream journal. But apparently, like, my mouth says otherwise when I'm sleeping. It's wild. I used to ask for people's insurance cards in my sleep. That is amazing. All right. Sleep talking is so interesting. My brother used to do it all the time. Apparently, so again, the best thing I ever said, I had someone tell me this who I used to date. The best thing I ever did in my sleep is apparently I was dead asleep. And I just went with my eyes closed. I went, just punch him in the face. And then I went back to bed. That was my peak talking in my dreams, and it's a very Aries rising of me to say something like that in my sleep. And I did that. Apparently, I did that. Not in a mean way, like just like almost like I was giving someone advice. Like, have you tried? My partner mumbled and then went lower price. Oh my gosh, that's great. Yep. So my partner the other day, this was wild. This happened like 2 nights the other day. It just sat up, said Jack and the Beanstalk, and went right back down. just went up, said it, went back down. And when they woke up, I was like, "Do you remember saying this?" And they were like, "No." I'm like, "It happened," and they were like, "I don't believe you." It's like, it's good. As I mentioned, if you'd like to get on the list right now for a dream, you can get on the list for a dream. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here life path, highest party messages from spirit, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. All right, one moment, just catching back up. And if the first person on the list each day will always have an additional card in their reading. That is up for grabs right now if you would like to get on the list. Chris one time said, "No, I don't do snakes." No, I don't do snakes. And I was like, "What?" And he woke up and was like, "Oh, he was trying to hand me a snake." And I said, "No." I like that he said, "I don't do snakes. Like, I won't be like, no, no, no. I abstain. No, it's okay. I just had one." My sister used to do that. She would just sit up and say something and then go back to sleep. Another one from my partner. "It's not just a slug." Oh God, that's terrifying. No, it's definitely a little bit freaky. Seeing your partner while they are asleep is like witnessing their inner child in person. That's a really good point, Kay. I like that's a very beautiful perspective on it. One of mine is I was inviting people over to do, I was inviting people over to do non-binary stuff with us. I want a shirt 9-bit non-binary stuff. That's amazing. Oh my God. That wins. That, that wins. Um, there's only one. I will never live that. You should never want to live that down. You know, why would you ever want to live that down? That's incredible. You want to live up to that. You don't want to live that down. You want to live up to that. You want to raise the bar to understand what that means. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings right now. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the Devil card. Our next class is this Wednesday. Have you signed up for Tarot Church? If you want to be a part of the class, you got to go sign up. Our next class is this Wednesday at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Tower card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is mosey on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I'm going to give you best of my abilities, a recap on everything we've studied prior to beginning the class. But if you wanted to catch up on a few classes before we start this week, you could if you signed up today. You'd have access to over 9 hours worth of material. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we've learned or studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, you will also receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. That is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I try to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys, you also have access to my Mystic Meditation articles. I just wrote one last week on how to navigate through this full moon in Aquarian energy that we're currently finding ourselves in. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Also, if you have information that you feel is relevant for your read today, you can send it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can send it in our subscriber-only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. We do here life path, highest party messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. Just bear with me. All right. And Ava, I saw this fact that you mentioned that you had gotten on the list. I'm just confirming now. Can you give me the initial on where you sent the donation, dear? And I will confirm your spot on the list. It is now a joke. I don't do snakes. That's great. Everyone send these. Oh, please. Yes, please put them in the meme channel. Yes, absolutely. Yes, I'm very excited about this class, Bridget. And just a reminder, if you have any questions about the Tower card that you would like me to address in that class, go ahead and either email it to me or post them in the Discord channel, and I'll be sure to include them in the presentation. And thank you. What do you say for those heart me's? I appreciate it. And thank you as well. And guys, please thank Kay Megan for all of their help monitoring today. Always appreciate it. Thank you for letting me know, Ava. I'm confirming right now. Yep, I've got you on the list here. And you are the first person on the list. Bridget, thank you for getting on the list. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Haley. I got you, Bridget. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. I will stress the list today is going to be kept a little bit shorter. So if you would like to get on the list, please do so sooner rather than later if you'd like to secure a spot. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be removed off the hold list, please let me know so I can also add you to the list. You can absolutely get a mod reading, Kay. I'll add you on now. And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the fourth person read for. All right, there we go. Whoop. Perfect. Okay. I might have it next live instead, but I'd like to hold the spot just in case. That's totally understandable, dear. Absolutely. Also, friends, just a reminder before we begin, we've got 2 different giveaways happening right now. Our first reading giveaway will be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who have not received it before. So thank you for doing your part in helping to share these messages. Our other giveaway that we're doing right now is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are also participating in that giveaway. Currently, Little Vamp, you are in the lead right now with 101 gifts. So congratulations and sending you support. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, August 11th, 2024. What do we have coming through on the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread? We've got the 7. Wow, we've got the 7 of Swords in its reversal in combination with the 8 of Wands in its upright. This is a beautiful depiction of what we've been experiencing right now energetically. All right. But I also think that this is what this retrograde period can be helpful with. Because, you know, like, I feel like this is not the summer of our discontent. This is our summer with, this is like the summer of our discontent with the burden of memory, is what I keep on seeing. It's working through the energetic frustration that we often feel in relationality to situations or circumstances wherein, you know, memory is hard to carry, right? We talk about this. This is effectively the shape of trauma, right? It's working through something and feeling the energetic frustration. And that's why I even mentioned that one of the things that we have to be like conscientious about or wary of, especially as we go through Aquarius full moon cycles, is the tendency to desire to disassociate. I always tell everyone, like when we're going through Aquarian full moon cycles and Pisces full moon cycles, to be careful about not disassociating too much, because I like to point out that this is something that often those with Aquarian, with heavy Aquarian placements need to work on when they arrive here. Like often the desire to disassociate is really strong, but it's the observation that when we disassociate, the emotions don't disappear. Emotions can't evaporate. They go into the cloud. And then once they're in the cloud, then they're in the control room, right? And then they have a hard time getting them out again. So, but rather, you know, we don't need, like, and this is what we talk about with the difference between disassociating and non-attachment. Non-attachment does not mean a lack of feeling. Non-attachment means the ability to step back and allow perspective to help one carry the weight of energetic emotion. And that's what's really I know that's really hard, right? Like I would not be surprised right now if you're telling me that you're working through some kind of context of hardship, but you're trying to bring a little bit of that energetic perspective to it, because the tendency that we work through, especially with energy, in this nature, is there's a lot of messages I'm receiving about the um, the problems that fixation creates. Because when we're energetically fixated upon something, it is usually the adapt like it's the lack of perspective. And this is how we can tell the difference between passion and fixation. Passion can navigate perspective and still persist, is what I keep on getting. You can have passion and perspective. You can walk down, you can have passion and perspective, and it feels energetically fortifying, right? Like when you're passionate about something and you have perspective on it, you find the value of the energetic passion. It fortifies you, right? It allows you to be able to move forward in a way that feels like it reaffirms your own energetic commitment to it. This is often why when we're in a place of fixation, we don't want to listen to anybody else. You know what I mean? Because when we're fixated upon something and you try to bring perspective to it, it can sometimes it can feel like it's damaging the energetic fixation. So I feel like there's something, and I feel like we're feeling like this right now, because I would not, and I feel like the one thing I'm going to say is I feel like there's a lot of new relationships that are coming together right now that are being fueled by mutual passion and healing from unhealthy fixation. And either something that is happening within, right? We've all had those moments, or something that we're experiencing from without. Or simultaneously, there's a lot of this energy right now that is like it's the and the reason I feel like that word fixation is coming through is because um remember how I said, like, the one thing that we have to understand is Saturn does not heal things for us. The only way Saturn heals anything, because Saturn works in the context of time. Saturn says to us, my gift is perspective, because sometimes perspective allows us the ability to see something in a way that we couldn't see it before, that then allows us to heal via V, often taking accountability on a perspective that may have not necessarily been healthy. So if there are restorational moments that are happening right now, this is the context by which you probably will see them. That's why I'm also seeing the fact that there's going to be some fundamental endings of unhealthy cycles. If these are modalities where someone's trying to come back and be like, I'm back, surprise, aren't you glad to see me? Another person being like, what do you have to say for yourself, right? Because the observation that when we create a context by which we expect or anticipate that the feeling of missing us is going to fix something, that does not resolve anything. That is building upon pining, right? Like that's building upon the context of expecting another person's longing is going to evaporate or erase whatever was becoming the energetic frustration in the first place. And so that's why I keep on seeing this may be feeling like a very cleansing time, because if these are modalities or experiences where another person was trying to expect or anticipate that time was going to resolve something for them instead of actually resolving it, the observation of another seeing that may be allowing for some very deep closure. But it's a very deep closure in like I want to say, like, working through the energetic disappointment of being right is what I keep on hearing. And this is usually when you can tell you're not in the space of being like in your egoic space, because you don't want to be right about things when you're hoping for some kind of change brought forth. That's what I told you about these relationships that are coming together right now, feeling I keep on seeing the strength of these partnerships that are coming together during this time. Remember when I said they're being forged in the fires of mutual audacity? Because the reason that we're seeing that is because I see that for some of these relationships, even the ability of potentially predicating the observation or feeling that one potentially moved away from something with another person that had every desire to come back, like every expectation of doing so, right? Like almost like having said to each other, you could set a clock to it, the ability to effectively predicate or see something, and then like observing it coming into energetic fruition. I see that a lot of this energy, like working through that, is working through the mutual disappointment of working through the clarity of the perspective, because it's often those moments that we can tell that we're moving in healthy ways, because what we see doesn't delight us, but it fortifies us and builds our own sense of perseverance and relationality to what we know is in energetically harmony to us, right? This is why we talk about the fact that a healthy spiritual journey is not indulgent. It's not by like the ability to look at something and be like, everything's going to look good in my eyes. It's the space of being able to see, to balance a harsh reality, but also understand that the harshness of that is what allows you to find and work towards harmony. And that's what I meant about these relationships coming together right now, building deep in the heart of harmony, because it's the observation that harmony is not found. It's something that you create together. Center card for today's spread is, there's that hangman energy. And I'm telling you right now, some of these energies that are moving deeper into divine union, I'm speaking particularly about a lot of those magician partnerships that were coming together from around the time of the solstice period up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune. I was describing in the reading that we gave the other day, the context of, and you know, it's funny because when I was saying it, the word itself, um, it was like I couldn't find the right word for it. I'm going to keep on using the word that I described, that I saw it coming through as, which was, there's some energy right now that is moving deeper into divine union, healing in the context of chirality. And why are we seeing that the energy is healing in the context of chirality? What is chirality? Chirality is experiencing the other side of something. And I'm going to tell you right now that the context, and that the context by which I see that they're healing on the other side of something, is the context by which there's something that's occurring that feels similar to something they experience, but because the context is nourishing, they're healing an intimacy wound in the process. And what was coming through in the last reading was the identification point of the difference between teasing a proposal and dangling a proposal. And what do we mean about the difference between teasing a proposal versus dangling a proposal? The message that was coming through in the last reading is we only tease on things that we definitely feel we're going to give another person. Right? A tease is something playful, and the tease is playful when we know that we're going to give something to another person. And so we tease it because it's the delight by which we experience it. And we know that there is a level or degree of playfulness that we can bring to it. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy right now moving deeper, and they're teasing each other as it relates to manifestation goals. But this is why I'm getting some kind of sense of chirality around it, especially and particularly if these are relationships where, and you'll remember that these are the magician partnerships, which were prioritizing the authenticity of the self, right? Not the desire to change another person, but feeling the delight of being embraced in the authenticity of self that is framing the stability point of these relationships. If these are relationships where in the past they were experiencing that somebody claiming they were teasing, but really they were dangling, right? Dangling is holding something at a distance that you never intend to give another person in order to affect them, or in order to effectively punish them. So that's why I see that for a lot of the energy right now working through this type of healing is like staggering, because it's the observation of feeling. I look at this, feeling the familiarity of something, but realizing the value and significance of a completely different context. The difference that it feels like between someone teasing something that you know that they're going to be providing you with, right? That ability of building into it, versus the energy that says, this is why I'm not giving it to you. You're not good enough yet. So I feel like for a lot of the energy, like there's almost like, I keep on seeing like it's a little bit of that clearing, but it almost feels like a little mind bending in the process. Fourth and fifth cards in our 5-card spread for today are And that's why I said I would not be surprised right now if there's energy moving deeper into divine union, if this is a time of surprise proposals, because I see a lot of that energy that feels like I keep on getting, it's like sure thing energy is what I'm seeing right now for a lot of that energy working through those path works. Deep, and this is just a perfect example of what I'm saying. This type of energy right now is most difficult for energy that's in divine union. Okay. I was saying this before we started the podcast. I'm continuing it now. Why is this energy right now? And this is just to show you qualitatively. There's no better or worse place to be on the frequencies. Okay. This energy right now, the frustration is fueling positive direction in partnership. And for some of those relationships right now, some of those energies, that's why there's some separations that are happening right now. It's like the observation of positive direction, the embodied manifestation. Energy deep within divine union. You'll remember a lot of these are those chariot partnerships that were coming together from about the time that Mercury and Venus stationed direct behind Neptune up until the time that Mars went direct earlier this year. It's not affecting the course of the relationship. They're chariot relationships. It's already there. There's no it's like it's fundamental, right? But that's why I keep on seeing that. That's why this is the energy working on becoming more comprehensive throughout it. And I know we've got, and this is what it feels like for both masculine and feminine, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. I don't mind seeing both of these cards in reversal right now, because one of the things that we're seeing that we're navigating with this type of energy, as I'm like knocking things over on my table, is working through self-limiting beliefs, old wounds, old traumas. We got Mercury and we got Neptune and Saturn in retrograde right now. The mind, it's giving a lot of that like space of the mind returning back to something that bothers, right? But that's what I keep on seeing that's beautiful for the energy deep within divine union is what is the gift? Like what is the gift when we get overly focused on our own energetic limitation points? The gift of healthy counterpart is the ability of another giving us energetic perspective, right? And this is why we see that for a lot of the energy right now, like working through that, there's a lot of vulnerability here. Like this is working through the context of talking to each other about our doubts, our fears, our insecurities. But that's the beauty of healthy connection, because healthy connection, right? It's the energy that allows us to talk upon our vulnerabilities and then feeling that energetic embrace of being able to understand and recognize what it feels when another person holds those vulnerabilities sacredly, is all I keep on hearing. Continuing to get clarification between our Seven of Swords in its reversal in combination with our Eight of Wands in its upright. We've got here our Moon card in its reversal. I don't mind seeing the Moon card here in its reversal, because I'll tell you right now, one of the benefits that we often receive with Aquarian full moon cycles, if we are working through them effectively, is working through situations that would have energetically devastated us, but being able to identify the context of our own maturation or our own perspective by being able to look at the bigger picture of something, right? That's the one thing, like if this energy is impacting or having is having a really, if you're having a real hard time in this energy right now, I'm going to tell you right now, this type of energy right now may be most difficult for those with Aquarian and Virgo placements. And I know even with the fact, and I'll tell you, even with the fact that we're going through an Aquarian full moon cycle, sometimes the Aquarian full moon cycles can be a little difficult for those with Aquarian placements, because it's a lot of that over focusing point, but a lot of that space and being able not to be too hard on the self, but again, allowing the context of being able to like look at the bigger picture, right? It's where I keep on seeing there's a lot of this work that is happening right now in the space of being able to get clarity on things, right? And that's the important thing. Like, and I keep on identifying that. I keep on hearing the word like, it's interesting because I keep on hearing the word I keep on hearing a rude awakening isn't potentially like wrong if someone is being impolite, is what I keep on hearing for the energy and separation, which is really fascinating because that's what we meant about this space of navigating compassion, right? Because this could be situations or circumstances where um and we were talking a lot about this, like, remember, I just want to work you through why there's so much of this complication that's occurring right now for the energy in separation, right? Because I keep on seeing this could be complicated emotions, but we navigate through complicated emotions by having very clear standards. Like, clear standards help us through complicated emotions, right? Because what we're effectively seeing is, for a lot of the energy right now in separation, that observational point, right? The ability of understanding that everything is possible, but only in the context of mutual effort. This is what I meant about some of these energies in separation right now, healing potentially from situations or circumstances that required one person to do all the heavy lifting, is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing empathy on overdrive, right? And that's what I kept on hearing, like the gift of a rude awakening. Because if these were situations where, again, there were relationships that were requiring one person to do the lion's share of the empathy, which is the space by which navigating something and just having to take on more of that understanding, but not reaching a balance point, and then again, potentially even predicated right now on situations from the past returning, remembering that everything is possible, but it requires mutual progress. That rude awakening might actually feel like a bit of a celebratory moment, because it's the energy that is observing the difference in the forgiveness of forgetting, right? So someone potentially coming back towards us and saying, "Are you over that yet?" versus the identification of someone that is invested in doing the work to fix something the same way that we need to fix it. So that's why I keep on hearing, like, that's why I keep on getting, like, either I got three different modalities right now in separation. I either have some energy right now that's pushing back against working on their own personal healing journey, having the understanding that they could potentially enter back into an unhealthy energetic cycle that would require their empathy to be on overdrive. And just like I keep on hearing, like, I feel like the energy is, like, again, like identifying, even in that moment that they identify it, they're effectively free of it. Like, they're moving forward in a more productive way because they're articulating upon the fact that empathy should be mutual and a healthy connection. Or these are situations or circumstances where there are new relationships that are forming, that are talking about situations of that very nature that they are healing from. And a third form right now that is, again, both of those two things happening at the same time. Potentially someone predicating about the fact that they expected another person to come back from the past, not with the desire to heal, but just waiting to see if someone would get over something. And now here they are flourishing in a new relationship, and someone's energetically coming back to see, like, to see if they're going to continue an unhealthy cycle. And that's what I meant about the energy of, like, the frustration that fortifies, because it's the observation of what is rude. This is the observation of someone potentially returning and being able to notice and navigate the discourtesy in the expectation that something will be energetically forgotten instead of healed through. This brings us to a lot of the energy that is moving deeper into divine union right now. And for a lot of the energy right now moving deeper into divine union, you'll recall that we spoke about these being those magician partnerships, working, like, like a lot of this energy, they were going through it over the last few weeks, right? The observation and recognition of what we can effectively change, right? You remember that we saw that for a lot of those relationships, like, I mean, this energy right now moving deeper into divine union, like, I would almost say they're almost like it's interesting because they're almost already in deep within divine union. Can I get clarification on this? Yeah, especially with the death card in its reversal. I keep on hearing, like, there's some energy right now moving deeper into divine union, Um, like I keep on hearing the only thing they're missing is the word. But the reason I keep on hearing the only thing they're missing is the word is because what they feel about each other, and that's what I meant about the chirality of something. What they feel about each other is so strong that I keep on seeing they're healing from the chirality of teasing with the wording upon it, right? Like trying, I keep on hearing like teasing each other with words because they know how important and significant the energetic connection is. And again, at the same time, immediately having that like moment of like being reminded of someone that they were potentially fighting with voraciously to define what they were in, and another person almost holding back, like almost trying to hold the name for something conditionally upon another person changing something, is what I keep on hearing. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, like that observation, I keep on hearing the recollection is restored by the present context of understanding that we only tease upon things that we feel certainty that we will give one another. And that's the difference. I keep on seeing, like, as soon as the energy recognizes that, they're able to identify the difference between, I keep on hearing, healthy teasing that feels like the teasing that feels like it is joyous, like bird song, versus energy that teases and tries to harm in the context of teasing because it's somebody trying to build someone's hopes in something that they never expected or anticipated to deliver. Continuing to get clarification between our hangman in its upright in combination with our Queen of Wands in its reversal, we've got here our 10 of Pentacles in its upright. And this is what I mean in relationality to the energy that's deep within divine union right now. I keep on hearing comprehensive, which is like, I keep on seeing like when we're working through an energetic frustration point, we don't get focused or fixated upon it. I keep on hearing like we've got a lot of different things that we're doing, is what I keep on hearing. And so for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, like that observation of working through something and experiencing, I keep on saying, experiencing some of the slowdown that typically the energy that we're experiencing creates. Because again, and this is why I'm going to keep saying to you guys during this period, don't be getting all breathing easy right now because you feel like we're out of this retrograde cycle because Mercury's gone direct. Mercury is not the source of your problems right now, my friends. Mercury was actually helping us this retrograde cycle. The issue right now is we've got a bunch of planets like retrograding out right now in Aries, which means it's hard because things can feel like you don't have a lot of patience for things, right? It feels like you got a little like a little bit of a shorter fuse, and it's very easy to assume, right? It's very easy to come into the context of assuming things. So I'm not like, please, especially as we've got Saturn and Neptune still retrograding in Aries, don't be assuming, and the fact that we've got Chiron and Eris retrograding, don't assume anything. Ask the right questions, please. Okay, I'm trying to save you guys a reading here, okay? I'm trying to save you guys a reading because often when we assume, our perception is skewed. Okay, and sometimes, and I keep on saying, the way we can tell the difference between an assumption and something that we can identify with clarity is the ability, I keep on hearing, the ability of noticing something on energetic repetition is what I keep on seeing, right? And that's why I kept on getting that for a lot of the space right now, like allowing for a context of giving someone the energetic benefit of the doubt until there is no doubt, or being able to put, like I said, putting some compassion to something. Like this is what we mean in relationality to working through a lot of that path work right now. Because I'm telling you right now, if you're feeling overwhelmed, so is everybody. right? You are not singular in that feeling of energetic overwhelm. So when we're able to identify and recognize that, we're able to bring that energetic force of empathy to things. Now we're getting somewhere, continuing to get clarification between our Queen of Wands and its reversal in combination with our Emperor and its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? We've got here our Five of Swords in its upright. So, and I got to tell you right now, so in relationality, and like, and here's the other thing I need to stress, especially with this Five of Swords in its upright, this type of energy is not about, and I keep on hearing, not confusing compassion with energetic forgiveness. And why do we keep on getting the message, not confusing compassion with energetic forgiveness? Because I keep on, like, this was something that we were getting in the reading that we were doing like 2 days ago. The observation of recognizing the ability to heal that is ever present, but it requires mutual effort, is one that, and I keep on seeing, we can be patient with, but we don't, I keep on hearing, we can be patient with, but we can also be realistic about. And a lot of the messages that we were also getting in that modality were working us through the effective difference between, how can I describe this best? The ability to articulate upon a manifestation goal, the ability to put into words what it is that we hope to achieve, is the best way of calibrating if something that we desire is moving us in accordance with what is energetically positive and helpful, is what I keep on seeing. And that's what I meant for a lot of these energies in separation, working through something right now. And I keep on hearing, feeling frustrated, but also feeling validated in their frustration, right? Because I keep on hearing that for a lot of the energy right now, and remember when I said these new relationships that are forming are sharing audacity. Why is it so important when we share audacity? Because when we share audacity, it's being able to look at something and say, am I seeing it right? Is there something I'm missing? Right? And I keep on hearing audacity is the opposite of being righteous, because when we are feeling audacious, we hope, I keep on hearing, when we're feeling audacious, we hope we're missing something, right? When we're feeling audacious, we deeply hope that there's some kind of vector that we can interpolate, or another person can give us, that can correct something that we're energetically seeing, right? This is usually a good sign of understanding, right? The frustration that disappoints but reaffirms, versus those energetic moments where we're trying to feel righteous. And what's the difference between being righteous? Being righteous is earmuff energy, right? It's like trying to cover something up and you not want to hear other people's perspective because you're just looking for something that validates your own. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of these relationships right now, what I tell you, these are relationships where they may have been expressing something that they experienced in the past that made them feel like, look at this, that made them feel very vulnerable. And then I almost feel like, look, almost as if they summoned it. Here comes the past in the context of the present, right? And that's what I told you about a lot of those relationships, like working through something from the past, but feeling energetically reaffirmed, because I keep on hearing, it's the energy in separation that can tell the difference between the energy in the past that is able to talk towards what it is that they're working to change, something that feels like it's energetically progressive, something that feels like it's energetically getting somewhere, versus energy that was expecting that Saturn was going to do the work for them, which is the space by which you're just expecting that another person will forget about something, rather than putting that focus of intention towards something in order to be able to achieve something energetically better. Because I keep on hearing, often when we want someone to forget something, we don't want to progress, we want to return. Often when we're building the context of hoping that another person forgets something, we don't want to progress, we want to return. And that's why I keep on hearing there's no energetic turning back, because when you're building into the context of what is healthy, you're always progressing forwards and you're looking towards that point of what is energetically productive to fortify in relationality to what it is that you're building together. Continuing to get clarification between our moon card in its reversal in combination with our death card in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Five of Pentacles in its reversal. Now, what are we seeing right now with that Five of Pentacles in its reversal? For a lot of the energy right now, moving deeper into divine union, I would not be surprised right now if this is a time of new energetic proposals. If there's a time right now where there may be the advancement of some energetic timelines as it relates to deepening of energetic partnership. Why are we potentially seeing that right now? For a lot of the energy that is moving deeper into divine union, because you'll observe that we were articulating upon the fact that for a lot of the energy in this modality, for a lot of those relationships, the ability to find a relationship that allows them to be able to be in their authenticity and to be energetically held there. This is the energy that feels the absolute certainty of finding what feels like their home, right? Because when we feel welcome in partnership, we feel like we are at home. So this is why I see that for a lot of the energy in that space, the ability to be playful about what it is that they're going to create with one another, it feels like it's a delight because it's the observation of I keep wondering, like it's the observation of talking about something that is unquestioning and almost in the space of making it seem like it's a decision, right? It's like almost making it seem like it's a decision, like someone is considering it is almost like healing because it's the observation of the playfulness and the delight of what it is that we know that we are to be to one another. And this is what I meant about some of those relationships healing from that chirality of experiences in the past, where instead of someone articulating or teasing something with certainty, they were holding something away from another person, right? Like almost like those spaces of saying, you're never going to get that, right? Like the observation of trying to identify or articulate in the space of like working through the context of making another person feel like nothing they could do was ever correct. So that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, like even in the space of them moving a timeline faster together, it feels like it's cleansing because it's the observation of the difference between teasing and trying to, I keep on hearing, like trying to affect a change in another that doesn't feel like it's restorative or healthy. Continuing to get clarification between our death card in its reversal in combination with our 10 of Pentacles in its upright. We've got here our 7 of Cups in its upright. So what are we seeing effectively with that 7 of Cups? You'll recall that we talked a lot about right now, the energy deep within divine union. And this is what's interesting about it. For a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, working through something in such a way, like almost going back to something and being able to bring a different perspective to it, being able to bring a different point of view. There's something very, very beautiful we see that's happening right now for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, because I feel like there may be a lot of conversations that are occurring right now, even in the context of the energy deep within divine union, that are conversations in relationality to talking towards how far we've energetically come, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on hearing the beauty of a healthy partnership is one that our perspective is blessed, right? Because the reason we feel like our perspective is blessed is because it's one that is always changing. It is one that we're always articulating upon. It's one that we're always informing upon or building upon or speaking towards. And so that's why I keep on seeing that there's something very interesting that's happening right now for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, because it's talking about the energetic comprehensiveness of experience, right? It's the ability to articulate upon something that we often build upon with the expertise of energetic experience. And so that's what I see as really beautiful right now, because I want to show you that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, like combined with the 10 of Pentacles, with the 7 of Cups in its upright, like this is almost speaking towards that. I keep on seeing like that space or that determination point in being able to articulate upon or to speak upon what is practical. But I feel like even there, what's lovely about that is there's a lot of that articulation point as it relates to the energy talking towards differing opinions, right? Like this is what we mean by differing opinions, right? The beauty of differing opinions, but that also allow different perspectives, like different opinions, different options. And that's what I like about the energy here, because like I like to point out, like when we're in a productive space, we don't say I don't want to hear it. We say, what am I missing? Right? Like when we're in a healthy space, we don't ever say I don't want to hear it. We say, what am I missing? Right? Like the observation of being able to articulate upon something that gives us more clarity. Continuing to get clarification between our 10 of Pentacles in combination with our 5 of Swords in its upright. One card to clarify. We've got here, wow, we've got double tens out right now. We've got the 10 of Pentacles in combination with the 10 of Wands in its reversal. So one of the things I'm seeing right now, particularly and especially for the energy and separation, I just want to show you these cards for the energy and separation, because I would not be surprised right now if coming out of this full moon in Aquarius, there's a lot of emotionality, right? We've got here, look at this. These are beautiful cards to see together. We've got here the 5 of Pentacles in its reversal, okay? The 7 of Cups in its upright, and the 10 of Wands in its reversal. And so this is the conversation that we build upon when it talks about returning compassion to ourselves. Because what it basically says is when we are compassionate to ourselves and we hold ourselves energetically sacred, right? We are able to recognize and identify the possibilities that are around us that are energetically endless as it relates to the ability to restore and work towards something. But also we immediately potentially come to a stoppage point on situations or circumstances that feel like they are over, I keep on hearing, that require the how do I describe this best? The over, like the over expression of of the space by which we are able to fix something. And that's what I feel like is really beautiful right now for some energy and separation. It's the observation that everything is fixable, but it's the conversation of understanding that what the difference between fixing something, right, and it's still not being in the space that you hope it to be, right? The difference between, I keep on hearing, the difference between restoration and possibility is the difference between someone that longs to go back to something versus someone understanding and feeling that mutual desire on where you want to go. And that's why I said for a lot of the energy right now in separation, this may feel like a very difficult time, because it's the observation of moving back towards something with the recognition point or the understanding of being able to identify and recognize what it is or how much one has changed, like what it is that one is working towards, what it is that one is doing in a different fashion. And so everything that we're effectively seeing there, I keep on seeing there's something really beautiful that's occurring. But what's beautiful that's occurring there is the observation of recognizing not just what can be restored, but what feels like it is restorational as it relates to mutual direction, right? Like what feels like positive restoration because it's moving in the same direction. And that's why I said that if these are relationships or situations where energy from the past is coming back. It's the difference between the conversation of someone that is articulating with the accountability of being able to identify what it is that they're working to change versus someone potentially just waiting to see if enough time has passed to allow something to be energetically forgotten, is what I keep on seeing. And that's why I feel like there's something really beautiful there, because for a lot of these relationships, this time that we're seeing, this is the time that is building upon the recognition of how far one has come. And I keep on hearing like this is a continuation of the energy working through those temperance lessons, because it's the observation of being able to recognize and identify something, and at the same time be able to build upon the direction sense, what feels like it is positive versus what feels like it is overtaxing to the self in recognition of what one needs to bring forth to it. Now, this brings us to a lot of the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now. Clarification between our five of pentacles in its reversal in combination with that 7 of cups in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify? There's that 3 of swords in its upright. Now, the 3 of swords in that position right now, for a lot of the energy deep within divine union. Remember when I was speaking towards the chirality of experience, like the observation of experiencing something similar to something that you experienced in the past, but being able to recognize and observe what feels like it is energetically empowering, what feels like it is energetically fortifying, what feels like it creates the space by which one can articulate upon something, but then you feel energetically reaffirmed in that moment, versus those experiences that feel like they shake you or tear you down. For a lot of the energy right now coming into divine union, like this is why I keep on hearing, this is why the energy can almost, I feel like there's like almost an exceptional way that they can tease each other. It's like the space by which they can articulate and talk about something, but in a way that feels like it's healing, because it's the energy that articulates and says, I would never promise something to you that I was not going to give you. Right? It's almost like the energy that says, I would only tease upon something that is certain, because that is why it feels energetically restorative. And in those moments, I just keep on seeing that there's almost like this profound level of healing that's occurring in those relationships, because in the moment that they're able to experience the understanding that the teasing that is positive, the teasing that is healing, is the teasing by which we tease upon something that there's no question that we're going to receive, then in those moments that it feels like another person held something away from us, right? Almost with that sense of like with the condition, like this is the energy that is understanding the difference between the healthy, I keep on hearing that the healthy inner child healing upon the journey of teasing that feels like it is beneficial, versus those experiences of withholding, right? Like, because when we're articulating upon something and we're holding it away, that is withholding. And I can even see that the space by which another person may have been trying to say to someone, no, I'm just doing that because it's funny. Like, I almost see the energy. That's what I meant. It's not about forgiving things. We heal when we understand something. It's almost like the energy that looks upon something in the past, and even as they're healing it, the context of that energetically worsens, because they're now in a space where they can energetically tell the difference. This brings us, and that's what we talk about with the practice of healing being heart opening, because as we heal, like the journey of healing is not always just forgiving everything, it's recognizing the full depth of what it is we're energetically recovering from. This brings us to continuing for the energy deep within divine union right now, clarification between our 7 of cups in combination with our 10 of wands in its reversal. We have here our 6 of wands in its reversal. So for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, I feel like a lot of the energy we're seeing right now, deep within divine union, is articulating upon and working through the space of our own energetic frustrations. I just keep on seeing that for like a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, like working through something in a way that I keep on hearing. Remember how I said that this energy is most difficult for the energy deep within divine union right now, because for a lot of the energy in separation and moving deeper into divine union, it's fortifying the direction sense. It's a frustration that serves as fuel and relationality to what feels like it's actually making progress versus things that made one feel like you're in an unhealthy energetic cycle that wasn't going anywhere. For a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, I would not be surprised if there's energy that's working through the feeling of being in a rut, right? And what does it often feel like? Like, again, when we've got a bunch of planets in retrograde like this, it's like rut energy to like the highest degree. But that's why I keep on saying, like, when we're working through a rut, right? Like we don't focus or get hard on the self. We get energetically productive, right? We look at something and we identify what it is that we could be doing better. So I would not be surprised right now if there's a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union talking about like what they're changing as it relates to routines, talking about what they want to do differently, right? I keep on hearing the way that you get out of ruts is building resolve, which is the identification point of effectively articulating upon the plans by which you're doing something in a different fashion in order to move towards a manifestation goal more effectively. And I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy, like working through that, it's the identification point and being able to find energetic efficiencies, working on becoming more comprehensive. So I keep on hearing that these are a lot of the energies right now, potentially, working towards the space of mutual feedback. Like I almost feel like working through the rut together in order to identify and recognize what could allow the context of being able to overcome an energetic hurdle. And that's either something that the energy is identifying and recognizing within the self, or it is something that they are identifying and recognizing within the context of partnership. If there are, I keep on hearing, if there are like energetic cycles that require fine tuning or working on like finding efficiencies, finding a way of doing something in a better fashion. This brings us to our final card for today, clarification between our Three of Swords in its upright in combination with our Six of Wands in its reversal. Wow, we've got our Knight of Cups in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about that Knight of Cups, and I think it's really funny too, because this is kind of the continuation. This is like the message that we were receiving with the fact that Mercury was in retrograde, right? Because with all of these, all of the issues that we've been having right now, Mercury has been the least of them, because all the other planets, a lot of planets right now are retrograding in Aries. So it's really, I like to point out when a lot of planets are retrograding in Aries and you're feeling frustrated, like the first thing you want to do is be energetically reactive, right? It's a lot of that space where it feels good to let off heat is what I keep on hearing. It's a lot of that space where you're just like, you know what I mean? Like it makes you really frustrated. But the thing about it, and I keep on seeing, when we have Mercury, and again, Mercury retrogrades are not here to break things. They're here to help us identify and recognize efficiencies. Because when we're working through something and it's not working, and we go back into it, then we're able to identify the difference between a groove and a rut. Right? A groove is something that fortifies us. It's something that we want to return back to. It's something that allows for that easement point. A rut is those moments that we're doing something over and over and over again, and we want to tear our hair out. Do you notice that? The difference between a groove and a rut is literally precedent on how much you like doing it, right? And then that's why we talk about even the journey of being in healthy sets, like spirituality. It's not like breaking an energetic cycle. It's finding what feels energetically restorative, right? It's finding those contexts by which we identify and recognize what works and what creates that sense of harmony. Because harmony is what we identify as the energetic cycles that we experience in the position of existing that allow for that feeling of perpetuity, right? And that's not something that we energetically run away from. It's something that we run towards. And the more that we understand harmony, the more that we can pay attention to the discordant notes of a rut, which is something that we effectively navigate that doesn't feel like it fortifies, but just feels like it energetically exhausts us, right? And it's like often those moments that we get really, and we sometimes experience them internally, right? We sometimes get really hard on ourselves, right? The ability of seeing the self is being able to see one's own cycles more and more. But there's an ability to allow that to be a good thing, because when we're working in a positive fashion, we try to make those energetic cycles that we experience within ourselves harmonious, right? It's understanding what feels like it is energetically fortifying that allows for that point of stability. While at the same time, it's never perfect, right? There's always something we could be doing in a better fashion. So that's why I keep on seeing that is effectively like with the idea that Mercury is retrograding in Leo. And you have to understand that Leo is often the sign that recognizes and identifies the heart space, right? The reason that we have the association with Leos and hearts is because when we are able to navigate with empathy, we are effectively allowing that compassion to guide us forward, right? What does Mercury in Leo say? Have you thought about letting a little bit of that energetic compassion in? Have you tried compassion? And for a lot of the energy right now, like I keep on hearing, the energy in separation is making compassionate, if not easy, decisions. Because I also hear that compassion, like when we're in a healthy space, the compassion is not exclusive to our own experience. It's not exclusive. We are energetically included in the compassion, but often when we are too empathetic, like that is the wariness point that one needs to have. If you are too empathetic, is the empathy that excludes the person of the self in the process of effectively portioning out the empathy. So I feel like there's a lot of calibrating that's happening right now for some energy and separation that says, right, and it's a context of saying it's not selfish to give empathy to the self so long as it is reciprocal. So long as you're not, and again, when we give too much empathy to the self, we can usually tell, because then we start doing things that are exceptional, right? Like, I'm doing me for a change, being like, well, are you doing you in a way that like everybody else would not be able to do you? Because now it's like too much empathy to the self becomes selfish. Okay, that's too much empathy, little less empathy for the self, right? Too little empathy, overly giving, right? Too much of that. We find the right modality by which we bring empathy to the self. And it's not selfish if it's reciprocal, which is the amount of empathy that you give to the self is proportional to what you would immediately give to another person in that situation. And that's why I see even now that in itself is either creating, that's the temperance energy, it's creating new relationships, but it may also be creating fundamental separations if there's the observation of being in a partnership that does not allow oneself to give the reciprocal amount of compassion to the self that you would bring forth to the counterpart, right? So I keep on seeing that balancing act, as you were, like that balancing act is feeling, right, is allowing it's like I keep on hearing, it's like it's like the cutoff point. But the cutoff point, I keep on, remember when I said it's a rude awakening? It's not that it's a rude awakening, it's observing how rude it is to be in an energetic relationship that requires us to bring all of the compassion towards it, right? So that's what I mean about the rude awakening. It's awakening to something that doesn't feel energetically courteous, is what I keep on getting. At the same time, we see a lot of really beautiful fundamental relationships that are happening right now as it relates to mutual effort, the ability to bring forth that same level or degree of energetic compassion to one another, that gift that we bring in terms of that reciprocity. And that's why I said, I feel like that, even in that modality of potentially identifying and recognizing something, what are these energies saying as they move deeper into connection, right? You have a right to feel that way, right? The expression, the ability to articulate upon something that is allowing like the sense or the space of feeling that fundamental frustration. And then another person saying, you've got every right to feel that way. It totally makes sense. I would feel that way too. While for the energy right now that's moving deeper into divine union, that's why we see that for a lot of the energy right now moving deeper into divine union, that observation and identification point, being able to recognize and identify like what it is that they like. I told you, this is popping the question to a certain extent. The ability to see something here and allow the context by which you feel that that excitement. There's energy right now that is teasing upon something with every expectation of delivering. And that's the healing that's coming through right now for a lot of those magician partnerships. We only tease on things that we are going to deliver, because if we tease on things that we're not meaning to deliver, that's cruelty. Teasing upon things by the articulation of saying, if you keep acting like that, you're never going to get this, that is cruelty. And I feel like that is why I would not be surprised right now if there's something that's happening right now for a lot of the energy moving into divine union, right? The understanding that we only tease on things that we guarantee delivery on, that is allowing for a lot of the energy to feel very fortified in the energetic connection, because they feel so well held even in the space of that playfulness, but also something from the past that they're getting even more clarity on, and they're able to articulate upon why it was so unfair. While for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, this is why I keep on seeing what is the gift that the connection, the relationships are giving one another, these chariot partnerships. If these are situations or circumstances where the energy is getting hard on themselves because they're not perfect, I feel like this is the energy within divine union that is almost restoring or reaffirming to each other and saying to one another, what is the gift they're saying to each other, these chariot relationships? If there was something that you could be doing better, I would be the first one to tell you, right? Sometimes the beauty and the gift of healthy counterpart energy is the observation of another person that actually, I keep on hearing, this is the energy that says, listen, right? Remember I told you they're chariot partnerships. They promise to always go hard on each other. And it's the energy that says, listen, if there was something that you could be doing better, I would be the first to tell you. Right? It's the observation of being able to articulate to each other their own energetic perspective that allows them to feel energetically, find the confidence in order to articulate upon what it is that they're either trying to comprehend in a further way or their own sense of becoming comprehensive. Bottom of the deck on this reading, we've got our judgment card in its reversal. This energy right now, it's like, I got to tell you right now, like the thing with this energy is it's a lot of like, it's stuttering, if that makes sense. How do I explain this? Why is it stuttering? It's like, it's back and forth. It's things, it's like, and that's the thing about it. I need to describe this. And I'm still trying to work through it to a certain extent. And I think it has a lot to do, I'm going to tell you right now, I think it's got a lot to do with the fact that Chiron and Air, like we've got all of these little mini combinations of planets that are retrograding together right now. And I would not be surprised, like Neptune and Saturn in combination with Chiron and Eris are also retrograding. It's a lot of that, stop start kind of energy. You know what I mean? Like, oh, boom, 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 like you're about to do something and then something comes up. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of that, but that's what I keep on getting. That's why I keep on articulating to you guys right now and saying, don't jump to assumptions as it relates to things that are energetically frustrating you. Okay. Don't jump to assumptions in relationality to things that are energetically frustrating you, because when you recognize that the space by which we're all going through it and we're all doing the best that we can, it allows for that space of just being energetically easy, right? Like it's almost like, I want to describe this as the relief that we give each other by not being stressed out all the time. I keep on the relief that we give each other by not being stressed out all the time is like, it creates that context by which I keep on seeing, like, become that smooth surface is what I keep on saying. If everything feels like an energetic mess, just concentrate on being a smooth surface, which is a space that says, like, okay, cool. You know what I mean? Like what's it gonna take to make something easier? Right? Like sometimes just like I want you to think about that right now. Okay? Think about being like, don't get all stressed. When you're feeling stressed, be like, how can I embody becoming a smoother surface? Which is the space by which you just allow something to move in a way that it's like, it's just like, it's just, I know how hard it is. And listen, I know even if I'm saying this to you right now, right? Like allow, like, and that frustrates you. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Right? It's like just allow for a little bit of that space, because and I feel like, because in a way I need to point this out. That's what that is compassion. Compassion is like silk. It's like it's the space by which we work through something, and another person says, I was going through a really hard moment, and I'll never forget how, like, I'll never forget that energetic smoothness. I keep on saying, which is the space by which we don't say, I was going through a hard moment and you made it harder, but it's a space by which we say, thank you for making that easier, right? And sometimes we have those moments that can feel really frustrating, but that's why I said, start with giving them to yourself. Okay, start with yourself and allow that to kind of expand outwards. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the Devil card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday. This Wednesday, August 13th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be focusing our studies on the tarot with a focus on the Tower card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that class. But if you wanted to catch up, you got a couple of days left if you want to catch a few of those classes. And then you'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned or studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, you will also receive a complimentary, you'll also have full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. That is access to over 15 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your your expansive experience or your lack of experience prevent you from joining these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as to my mystic meditation articles. I just wrote one recently on how to navigate through this Aquarian full moon cycle. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. All right, that is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Congratulations to Nikki. You got our highest gifter for today, and you will get that free reading. And Bridget, you came in second, so you will also have a reading, extra card in your reading. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 5th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also at 42.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Thank you again. And guys, please thank our mod, Kay Megan, for their help today. Make sure you give Kay a follow. We want to support each other across the platforms. Thank you for that heart, Mario. And thank you as well for receiving that message, Ava. And I've got you on the list. You're the first person we're reading for today. Grand Rising Grace, good to see you today. All right. And just bear with me a moment. Thank you, Bridget, for sharing the live. I always appreciate when you guys share the live. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Wushu. Thank you as for the flower, Mario. Healing from experiences of the past. Continue to do that work, Wushu. I've been seeing 10-10 a lot. I mean, that would be much more, that would very much fall in alignment with a lot of the pairings I've been seeing right now in these readings as well, Oracle. Yes, new beginnings. Yeah, I like to see, I love seeing a 10 of Pentacles in combination with a 10 of Wands in its reversal, because a 10 of Pentacles in its upright in combination with a 10 of Wands in its reversal is the recognition of what feels like it's energetically productive, is what I keep on seeing. And thank you as well. Knight of Cups, tap to claim, K Megan. I know, I like to see that Knight of Cups there. Good to see you today, Per. And thank you for sharing the live, Kay. What do you say? You have to, yeah, thank you as well, Kay. Yeah, I went ahead and did that. It's okay. Thank you for catching them. Minnie, Grand Rising, good to see you, dear. Future, yeah, it is giving a lot of that, you know? I just keep on hearing we don't, we don't talk about the future in the condition of changing the present. Is like a lot of that, like you'll never you'll never get X if you keep doing Y kind of thing, you know? We just finished the collective mini. Hold on a moment. My ex told me his dream yesterday. Is it ethical if I ask to read on the dream? I got to think about that one. I got to think about it, per. um, I think, here's the thing. I'm going to tell you right now. I'm not comfortable with doing that. Here's the I'll put it this way, because it feels like it's energetically personal information. If it makes sense, it's something I would be comfortable doing in a private reading, if that makes sense, because I'll put it this way, the information was shared with you. Okay, so in the context of someone giving you something that was personal to them, then your ability to interpret upon what it could mean, I'm comfortable reading for you particularly on, but I would not be comfortable doing that in a public reading. I hope that logically makes sense. The way I like to articulate it is someone gave you their truth, and you are allowed to get information upon the truth that they gave you, but it's not, I can't share that personal truth to those who might not be, who they did not give it to. I hope that makes logical sense. The dream was about you. Exactly. Even in that context, that's my comfort level on that. But you know what? I will say I deeply, deeply value and appreciate the fact that you asked me before getting on the list for something of that nature. I figured, yep, absolutely. It's good to see you guys. Absolutely. And thank you for sharing the live, Wushu. My middle name is Curiosity Kill the Cat. I love that. Yep. Is it like count? Is the like count still? I don't think the like count's being weird right now. I see 44.5K. Wushu, my car battery died while I was at a park after listening to your live. Oh dear. But then a butterfly landed on your hat. There you go. Just having the moment that you were having. How can I be a smoother surface? Yeah. Middle of a crash out, letting me know it was going to be okay. That's, you know what, that's beautiful energy, Wushu. And your observation of like getting that like support is so beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. Never ever. Absolutely. It was like a little angel came to comfort me. And eventually these amazing, oh my gosh, that's amazing, Wushu. I'm so glad to hear that you got that support. They're definitely like little angels. Absolutely. But I like to say this, like, and I like to point this out. Like sometimes we have those moments, you know, like sometimes I feel like we often have those moments when we're going through like retrograde cycles and saying like, I mean, like, again, when we're working, trying to like smooth something out, which is the space of saying like, how can I trust the process more? You know what I mean? Like, how can I trust? And I know, like, how can I trust the process more? Like, oh, you know, I know how frustrating it can feel. I felt so supported. That's beautiful, right? It's like something was going difficult, but then it was just like a message from the universe showing you how much, like just kind of falling into the arms of those there to help you through it. I'm absolutely loving the energy today. Yesterday was great too. It felt heavier before. Well, I think that the fact that we've got Mercury moving out of retrograde is going to help with that to a certain extent. Um, like I said, I was telling you guys that after the Aquarius full moon, things might start feeling like they're getting a little bit easier. But with all, like, again, with all of these planets retrograding, it can feel like compounded problems. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing we have to be conscientious about. I had to keep that in mind with the retrogrades, but faith in human kindness prevailed. That's beautiful, Wushu. Continue, like I said, allowing. Have you tried letting some compassion? You're so welcome, Per. Good afternoon, Miss Nikki. Oh, thank you for the compliment, dear. I love that mantra. Thank you, dear. I'll post it over in the Discord. I mean, I love, listen, and you know what? Actually, you know what? You're so right. You know what, Wushu? That's wild. Wushu, you should, I don't know if you're on the, are you a subscriber? If you're on the Discord, you should go check out, because we've got like a mantra channel, and Kay posted a mantra there that's very applicable, or corresponds a lot to the situation that you encountered. That's wild. Thank you for reminding me. Hina, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I'll never forget the time an orange butterfly followed you. Oh, that's incredible. It followed you? It's like, where are you going? I think that was a fair decision. Boo, you're welcome, Per. Thank you. Bridget is booing. Bridget's like, give me the tea. Give me the tea. Yeah, it's 44.6 on my end. Everybody's car batteries, man. Oh, yeah, I know we are very nearly at 50K. Okay, perfect. Mercury is out for the car batteries. Mine just hit it. Okay, thank you for confirming. It's going up fast, which is good. Wonderful. Okay, excellent. No. Everything's fine. I can send it here. Oh, you can. Yes, you had an orange. Oh, you had orange hair at the time and you're dressed all in orange. It was like, friend? Friend? That's so interesting. In my dream, there was, oh my gosh, you had a dream about them too. As I mentioned, guys, if you'd like to get on the list for a reading, for a dream reading, you can get on. We read here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship, love, dream interpretations, guided messages, and Akashic. All right, before we continue, the first person we're reading for today, and also if you have, oh man, I forgot this is what happens when I wear the shirt. Okay. If you have information that is relevant to our readings, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels for that information. That said, yeah, you can. No, perfect. Feel free to post it here, Kay. I'm totally comfortable with that. It was a beautiful mantra. The first person we're reading for today is we are reading for Ava. And Ava, thank you for getting on the list early. You'll have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else wants to get on the list today, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. Also, the list is going to be a little short today. So if you want to get on the list, please get on sooner rather than later if you want to secure that spot. Also, Kay, I know the time, with the time sensitivity, do you want to see if you can go first? Yes. Guys, because I know Kay got on the list. For those on the list, given the time change, would you be comfortable if Kay had her reading first? Just let me know. I'll be back in a second to confirm. Okay. All right. I have to go to an appointment at the moment, but can have, okay, wonderful. Thank you guys. So Kay, if you would prefer to just do your full reading, because I know you said that you wanted a mod reading, and thank you guys for supporting each other in relationality to timing. Excellent. Thank you guys. All right. Can you let me know, Kay, if you'd like, okay, we'll do the one card first. All right. What's the one card in relation to? Okay. I mean, the Three of Swords would say that there was some kind of navigating some kind of energetic disappointment around it, is what I'm seeing. Yeah, especially with the Judgment card and its reversal. Something not going the way that they expected, or not like that Three of Swords is pretty. These are some pretty heavy cards around it, is what I keep on seeing. It's weird. Like it's interesting. I'm not. It's like I got like a really strong no on something, but like it's interesting because like it's almost like a no in the I don't know if it's like somebody went and there was something that happened, or it's just there's some really heavy energy when I was drawing that one card, which is interesting. you know? I don't know if there was like an argument leading up into it or something like that. Can you let me know what the next reading is? I'm not sure why. I'm like, I just, yeah, there's something, I feel like there's something else happening right now, is what I keep on seeing. All right. Okay, that's totally okay, Kay, if you prefer to do so. All right, the next person we're reading for right now is Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question. I keep on hearing either a no or something not being correct up to be what it was supposed to be, is what I keep on hearing. Like, it's really interesting energy that I was reading upon something or getting in some kind of argument with someone before something happening. I hope that helps, dear, and thank you. Oh, thank you for letting me know where it is, Ava. All right. Just bear with me a moment. Okay. I'm just pulling up your question here, Ava. Bear with me a moment. All right. Now, before we get started, let's get to like, Kay, it's actually really interesting. There's something really nuanced that's coming through on that. I'm happy to share it with you, but I'll share it with you in private, is what I'm seeing, because there's something really interesting that was coming through on that. Okay. All right. We're gonna do, before we get started. Yep. Before we get started, we're gonna do our intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're gonna count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. So go ahead and put your thoughts in the comments. We'll see who gets closest to it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Look at Purr. Purr, trust your first instinct, man. Why you gotta give yourself a backup? It was the hind. Thank you guys so much. We'll do that after the next reading. It's a great time to get on the list if you'd like to get on the list today. If you'd like to get on the list right now, you will be the 4th person read for. I don't know. I don't think there's a dragonfly, Hannah, but I do think it's actually interesting. I think there's dragonflies in the background of a couple of the animal cards. All right. All right, so we are reading, is this inside T right now or outside T, Ava? Oh, and we're going to do the 50K. So before we do Ava's reading, we're also going to do the 50K. Thank you guys for helping us get to that 50K milestone. So my autocorrect is a guilty one. I like the fact that you wrote my autocorrect is the guilty one, but then it autocorrected to quilty. So you actually wrote my autocorrect is the quilty one. Autocorrect just messing with you. No problem, Kay. All right, I am thinking of a number right now between 1 and, I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 27. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Congratulations. It was 15. All right, we will do that again when we get to 100K. All right. Did you say, I'm sorry, did you say this is inside or outside T, Ava? And if anybody else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th person read for. Outside is fine. Could we get a read on the connection with Romeo? In a previous reading, you said we had a past life together. I can feel the karmic energy around the connection, and it has been difficult for me to move on. We also live next to each other, which does not help. but I'm moving soon. 2 cards on past life, 2 cards on how I can heal the karma between us and move on. I got you, dear. And one more, thank you. You know, I think it's really telling by the fact that this is by the fact that you demarcated this energy as Romeo, because I'm already seeing that, like, the overarching message I'm getting to start with this is, where are you? Is what I keep on hearing. Right? I keep on hearing, wherefore art thou, if you bring it into public context, is where are you? It's like you getting. Yeah, like that's like, I feel like this is some kind of energy here. You know, I keep on seeing, like, it feels like, I mean, it's interesting too, because I feel like there's something about the context of someone popping in and out of your energetic experience. Um, you know, like I keep on seeing that, you know, um, this is giving me like something, like someone who almost like navigates a connection too casually, you know? Like it's almost like I keep on hearing somebody say, like, well, like, um, like, you know everything, like, you know me, you know who I am, you know, and I feel like that, um, I gotta tell you this, like, the message that's coming through is, um, you know, the space by which we, I almost like, I gotta describe this, like, I don't know why every time I read into somebody here, I keep on hearing someone that's like really, really focused on, it's like I keep on hearing there's something wild about the fact of someone always talking about wanting to get away from something, but yet you're the one, like, you're the one going away, is what I keep on hearing. You know, like, um this is what I'm picking up on in relationality to, um like, some kind of karmic connection between you and another person, you know, and I feel like never, I mean, never, I keep on hearing, never are we more in danger than when another person tries to tell us what we have is undeniable. And I keep on hearing, when whenever someone says something is undeniable to defend what they have between us, it's like the question is actually whether it's viable, is what I keep on hearing. Whenever someone says, you know, there's something undeniable between us, it's like, like, never are we in more danger, because often that's usually someone explaining why they're not showing up for us, is what I keep on hearing. You know, it's like often can be the space by which we say, you know, I don't need to tell you. And it's like, I hear you saying something, it's like, it's nice to be told, is what I keep on hearing. I don't have to tell you, being like, it's nice to hear it on occasion, is what I keep on getting. Because the thing is, when another person says, and this is why the guides are saying this, when someone says we have an undeniable connection, 9 times out of 10, they're taking the other energy for granted. The minute someone says we have an undeniable connection, that is literally the song of someone taking someone else for granted, which is the space by which another person says, I don't need to do anything to keep the connection between us alive, because it's undeniable. It is written in the stars. You know, we got this, like, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Like, it's giving me a little bit of that. And I feel like I feel like in the past, whatever this undeniable connection was, I keep on hearing it would have been them blaming you for it in a past life. What have you done to me? What have you done to me? What have you done to me? Is what I'm getting. Um, they need to like oft I need to point this out. Like energy like this will often feel a karmic connection and assume that another person has done something to them instead of thinking about why that is what I keep on seeing. You know? Um, it's like it's almost like it's like it's giving me like like I see someone who's got enough commitment issues that they'd rather imagine that you put a spell on them than to admit their feelings. Like that often is like that's what I'm like that's what I'm like, you know what I mean? Like that's the type of like, like it's like I keep on seeing. Remember when I said like when you're going through the unconscious space, like I like to point out like energy will sometimes jump to like the most magical conclusion except instead of like coming to terms with their feelings is what I keep on getting. You know what I mean? I keep on hearing some energy would rather believe in magic than go to therapy is what I'm getting. Some, some energy would rather believe in magic than go to therapy. And I think like that's the thing about it. And I'm seeing that as a carryover from the past life because I'm seeing that there was something about the connection that they had with you in a past life that was like, like that was like there was potentially something there in them trying to blame you for feeling some kind of like magnetic pull towards you. Um, I think that I feel like in relationality to healing with a connection like this, you have to just reaffirm you prioritize energy. I just want you writing it down. It'll help you through. You prioritize energy that wants that prioritizes you and wants the same things as you. You're gonna have to walk away from this energy saying that over and over again. And I would not be surprised if they're not pulling on you every step of the way because I feel like I keep on hearing the connection is I keep on hearing the same message, which is the connection is undeniable, but the future isn't viable, right? Which is when often when we walk away from something, which is to say, well, if the connection's undeniable, but there's no future in it, it doesn't feel like it's energetically supportive towards your manifestation goals. So um, I want you really focusing upon what it is that you're trying to like. I want you to be focusing on those manifestation goals, but even more so, I want you to make sure that you're not connecting anyone to them, right? I want you writing in the context of what it is that you're looking for in relationality to an energetic partner that wants the same things as you want. And I do, and listen, if it's any confirmation right now, I've got a lot of energy around you that's celebrating the fact that you're taking that move. Because I think that you kind of see the fact that when we feel an undeniable connection to someone, it can feel like it's an unhealthy like when we are when we are looking at something from the perspective of our manifestation goals and we feel an unhealthy connection to someone, then we don't look at that as something that we're trying to manipulate or change. We just need to get away from it. So I feel like your own ability of taking the practical approach is what I keep on seeing, like taking that practical approach and allowing for the space to like put to clear your head with some actual space. Like that is very like that is you. I keep on hearing that is you doing what is necessary to move towards your manifestation goals. Um, and I keep on seeing, and that's wild because I keep on seeing that, you know, this what's ahead of you is I keep on seeing like, and I like this. Um, like I've literally got I just want to tell you, I've got you're moving away from the Knight of Pentacles in its reversal and you're moving towards the Knight of Coins in its reversal. These are I just want to show you this. Do you see this? You got the same knight. And this is why I've started drawing from a second deck when I'm doing this work because I want to show you what is the difference. Like, look at this. What is the difference between the energetic connection that you're moving away from versus the one that's ahead of you? The things that you aspire for, right? I just keep on seeing, like, I almost see like this energy is very grounded in the space with the Seven of Wands, right? Because remember how I said, like, the ability of being taken for granted, right? Like the energetic space of saying, like, I don't need to put any effort in something that's energetically undeniable, versus someone saying, I let the people I care about know what they mean to me. Because sometimes I keep on feeling like somebody, I keep on hearing somebody that is working through some context of saying, um, I keep on hearing that, I keep on hearing them say, like, this is somebody who's gotten some maturity on things, that says the things that you take for granted you lose. You know what I mean? Like, I just see somebody here that works through that path work and says that is the song of someone letting something slip through their fingers, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that is someone that is, like, effectively working through a lot of experiences where, again, I feel like they themselves have had to, I feel like you might meet somebody on the other side of that move who has also just moved, because I just keep on seeing somebody that's trying to have some kind of fresh start, but also, like, working through identifying and recognizing and saying, like, I don't let things slip through my fingers because I hold things preciously, is all I keep on hearing. Um, Bottom of the deck on this reading right now. Yeah, especially, and I like this. So, like, especially with the Eight of Pentacles, in, like, bottom of the deck, I feel like what's really happening right now is I feel like you're refining upon the manifestation goal, is what I keep on seeing. You know, I feel like almost there's something about this energy that you're moving away from. I feel like it's like I keep on hearing, like, the energetic connection that looks good on paper. It's like almost the space by which you feel like you have to articulate to someone and be like, we'd be good for each other, right? And I keep on hearing that, like, the space by which you have to try to articulate to another why, like, why you would be good for each other, is often, I keep on hearing it's not romantic to have to be in a space of convincing another person about, like, about moving deeper into connection. And I feel like, I feel like there's something about them working through some kind of fear of missing out, right? Like, they're so focused on their own. I keep on hearing ambition will ruin everything that's for us if we're not paying attention, because I almost see that this energy potentially feels like partnership is some kind of, like, I keep on hearing, like, it's not, I keep on hearing partnership is not a ball and chain. It doesn't create the space by which you miss out on things. um, and so I feel like that is the big difference that I keep on hearing, in the difference between what you're moving away from versus what you're coming into, which is the observation of someone that sees partnership like a door that's closed, versus someone that is like working to move into it. Because I keep on hearing one person saying that's where everything ends, versus another person saying that's where the good stuff is. Is what I keep on hearing, like, that's where the good stuff is. you know like, I see one person, like, I keep on hearing it's the difference between the relationship that feels like a closed door, which is potentially someone constantly telling you what they gave up for you, versus someone telling you, like, all of, like, everything that they want to build with you. And so I feel like I keep on hearing that, like you effectively, like, I keep on seeing, like, I would not be surprised if an energy like this tries to say in some way, shape, or form that you're being too impatient, right? That, like, the desire to move towards partnership is trying to hold them down, which I think is why there's some kind of, like, profound irony in the fact that I feel like there's something about this energy that is worried about settling. And I see, like, literally, like, even in the space of you moving away, it's like showing the fact that with them, they would have gone, like, with you, they would have gone somewhere. They would have gone somewhere because you're going places. Like, even in the space of you manifesting a move, you're showing them that you're going places. But it's not, I even see the fact that you're not doing that But I feel like it's interesting because I keep on hearing there's like some kind of irony that's happening in relationality to conversations you've had as it relates to someone articulating upon their dreams versus doing something about it, which is what I keep on seeing is happening right now in relationality to, I feel like there's some kind of big opportunity that's happening for you on the other side of this move, because like I feel like there's something I keep on seeing about you, like not waiting. I keep on hearing you're not waiting for someone to finally like grace you with the space of them saying, I'm finally ready to give this a chance that you've been asking me to, versus someone saying, I'm ready right now. Like I keep on hearing relationship isn't a concession. It's not something you concede to. It's something that you energetically celebrate. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for I think that's wild. You got both the Knight of Cups, though. That's incredible. I just want to show you these again, right? Like, I think that's insignificant. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to be here to receive them. We are doing personal readings. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for today. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Let me just take a moment for anyone who'd like to get on the list. We do life path here, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love, dream interpretation, guided messages, and Akashic. All right. Romeo, oh, Romeo. Hold on a minute. It double whammy indeed, Ryan. Okay, not my daughter who's 6 saying outside tea. Oh my gosh, really? Oh, hi. I love that. Oh, and her name's Ava. How are you doing, Ava? Oh, I love that. You made my day, Oracle Erica. I'm cracking up. She heard sin. That's their actual name. Oh, that's wild. WTH. Hi there, Wushu. 100%. I feel called out. I also have said something like this. I can imagine him thinking that. Funny because he's not the first person thinking that, but I never did. I know this is often what happens. I need to point this out. Some energy would rather assume magic than go to therapy. I've never understood it. I've never understood it. Honestly, I literally feel like a majority of history, if you go through the history books, like, let me show you how energy would rather believe in magic than go to therapy. I hope moving will help. You're so welcome, Carolyn. I feel that. Thank you as well for receiving this message, Carlin. Yes, it's not the connection I want. The list right now, Nikki, I mean, I've got you on the list because you won the highest gifter. You're number 4 on the list. So, but if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, they will be the 1, 2, 3, 4th person read for. All right. That's cool. Oh, that's exciting. Oh my gosh, Ava, all these cool places. I'm excited for you. You're so welcome, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have us. Oh, and guys, I'm going to pin up I'm going to pin up Ava here. Make sure to give Ava a follow. We want to support each other across the platforms. Okay. Bridget, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Oh yeah, we have to do the animal spirit guide too. She had to, you know what? Bridget had a doctor's appointment. She had to step out. Okay, so we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Nikki. Nikki, you're next, dear. And while we wait for Nikki's question, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Eagle. Dragon cow. Nice, nice. Nikki, are we doing a general or do you have a specific question, dear? And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for right now. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are doing here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. Nikki, if you've put your question up, I haven't seen it come through yet. So you might need to rephrase it or put periods between it. Just let me know. Dragon cow. All right, second call, Nikki. Second call, Nikki. If Nikki, hold on a minute. Do we get a freeze point? Okay, if Nikki is not ready for the oh, I see you, dear. Okay, perfect. Can you just let me know? Whoever is next. Okay, perfect. Okay, if Nikki is not ready, the next person on the list for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Oh, you're getting filtered. That's what I was asking. That's why I mentioned it. Again, and if you're having an issue, you can probably post it over in the Discord and we can read it from there. Also, if there's anyone across the other apps who would like to get on the list today, you can also get on the list via my tree that has links in it in my bio. It's getting filtered. It's okay. It's all right. Why don't you just post it in the Discord if it's causing issues? All right. Okay, we're gonna wait for Nikki. If Nikki is not ready right now, we're gonna get to Per. Per, can you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question? Just let me know. Oh, and Vivi Coop, good to see you, dear. Good for getting on the list. All right. Hope you're having a beautiful day, dear. Guys, make sure to give Coop a follow. Good to see you. Let's do general. I got you, dear. Hold on a moment. All right, we're doing a general right now for Nikki. Can I get 4 cards for Nikki, please, general? All right. What do we got here? Oh, wow. I keep on hearing congratulations. You get to be the mature one now. Congratulations. Congratulations. You have to be the like, I feel like there's something, it's like, I keep on getting like when a bunch of energy is being passive aggressive around you, I keep on hearing like your spirit team being like, congratulations, you get to be the mature one, is what I keep on seeing. Which is like, I keep on hearing like I keep on getting a message that says adults don't navigate passive aggressiveness. Passive aggressiveness is something that children do. So when you start to recognize passive aggressiveness around you, don't feed back into it with more passive aggressiveness. Like I keep on hearing, be the spiritually mature one, which is the space by which you're like, I feel like that's what I mean. Like if you're looking around and being like, if it doesn't make sense, I keep on hearing, if it doesn't make sense, it's passive aggressive. Right. And I feel like it's like there's something to be said about saying to another person, I see completely what you're doing. I'm just choosing not to engage with it. You know, like that. I keep wondering, that's what parents, like, that's what a healthy parent does. A healthy parent, you know, like that's what a healthy parent does, which is the space by which you have to look at someone. Like, I feel like you have to be the mature one, which is looking at someone and saying, you know, I'm not going to act like a child for you. And I feel like it's interesting because I feel like there's some kind of context by which another person is trying to say that they don't want to honor your decisions because they feel like you're not like make it make sense. Somebody If somebody's saying you're just a child, then why are they the one acting like a child? Is what I keep on seeing. Like that is the structure by which I'm identifying something, you know? Like I see it's like you have to kind of articulate to another person, I'm not engaging with silly behavior, you know? Like it's the space, and I feel like that's a hard part. Like it's it child behavior is not confronting something, but are to doing something in a way that like that you can't effectively communicate. And that's why I keep on hearing like um it feels like a very ascended message, because it almost says it's understanding that when we are in a healthy space, we communicate on things that we feel proud of communicating upon. And when we're not, when we're doing something and when we're doing something that is feeding our egos, that's why we get passive aggressive, because I keep on hearing, if you're embarrassed to say it, then don't act upon it, is what I keep on hearing. So I feel like it's, and I'm like, when I see stuff like this, it can be when you I really do feel like, to a certain extent, um, it's kind of gonna, I feel like it's not going to be easy, because I feel like there's something, I feel like there's some kind of energy around you that's giving a lot of like, it'd be a lot cooler if you did kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like that's what I keep on getting. Like almost some kind of like energy that like is trying to make you feel like left out of something in order to like articulate a change that they desire or aspire in you. But that's why I feel like that, like your own ability of being able to, and I keep on seeing like the space by which you are able to communicate your feelings is like, it's almost saying to me that you like, who feels left out of whose experience is what I keep on seeing. Like that's what's really happening here. And I feel like if you're going through that, I feel like what you have to say to another person is, you're not the one being left out of anything. They, like someone else, is the one closing doors on what it is that they can energetically celebrate, is what I keep on seeing. Like I feel like it's interesting, because I'm getting the sense, like, and I need to point this out, this is why we don't match energy. It's like when we feel like we're energetically left out, we don't try to leave another person out. Like we come into the space of articulating upon how we feel in order to recognize and identify what we could be doing in a better fashion. So I'm saying all of this because I feel like from an energetic point of view, like your guides see you having to navigate all of this unnecessary static. And I want you to write that down. Like that is the word that you, when something is coming towards you right now, I want you to look at the words unnecessary static and let that calibrate in terms of how you navigate it, which is the space by which, if someone's being weird and they're not clarifying upon why they're being weird, right? You give them the benefit of the doubt and you say that's weird instead of intentional, and then you go about your day, is what I keep on seeing. Because I keep on feeling like it's almost like it's almost giving me um I need to point this out, like energy that's in a healthy space will communicate upon what it is that they feel in order to be able to build a bridge in terms of what can be done about it. But when we're in an unhealthy space, We just create static because it's the desire or the need for energetic attention. So that, like, I feel like that's almost like the space by which you have to say to another person, if they're creating situations that almost feel like they're rife with anger or rife with hostility, you almost say like, look, um, you know, allow the clarification point and saying, what can I be doing that would make that better? And if they can't answer on it, then I keep on hearing you have to kind of go about your business. It's very much in alignment with the space that we left the daily collective reading, which is like, don't get invested in another person's static. Ask yourself, are they the force of compassion that we give to each other is trying to smooth that surface, right? It's the ability to try to make something energetically easier for one another. So if somebody's bringing that to you, don't feel like you have to match their energy or try to get clarification on it. Say like, oh, what can I do to make that better? How can I help with this? To help re-amplify to them that you're being the energetic mature one, even in the space of them kind of bringing something to you that feels like it's overly complicated, or like I almost see like somebody like overly complicating something that should be energetically simple is like, I feel like, offer, like I see like offer to make it easier, but then don't over offer beyond that, right? Which is like, is saying like, look, I can help you with this, but I'm not going to help you through, like, I can give you the tools that you need, but I'm not going to do it for you, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with the Two of Pentacles, I feel like it's interesting, um, because I keep on hearing it's wild how someone will get in their own headspace about losing another person, but then not articulating upon asking themselves like what they're doing to help facilitate a healthy energetic connection, right? Like I keep on hearing like when we get like I keep on hearing there's no losing anyone, because I keep on hearing there's no losing anyone because we all moved, like we like maturation is the space that we welcome everyone, is what I keep on seeing. But often when we get into the space of feeling like we're losing someone, we get into that like that like that strange space of like comparing what one person is receiving from us versus another. And now like we've almost like that point of comparison is exactly what is damaging an energetic connection, because I keep on hearing we don't qualify on a healthy connection. We don't look at it and say, well, why are they getting this and I'm getting that, right? Because it's the space by which you're articulating the fact that you feel that the connection is meager that creates something that feels like it's obligational instead of feeling like of joyous. So I feel like it's the space by which I feel like it's hard, because it almost says to me like you have to say to someone like it's like when someone, I keep wondering, when someone comes towards you and like accuses you of something like that, I feel like the thing you have to say is like ask them the compassionate connect question, which is not the space of them saying like, I feel like I'm losing a connection with you, being like, well, have you thought about what you've been bringing forth to me, which is why that might be occurring? Like, you know what I mean? Like, have you thought about the experience by which I am navigating what you've been articulating to me, is what I keep on hearing, because I keep on also getting that the force of love is such that we celebrate each other's choices. We don't come into the space of making a conditionality point between like what we receive versus like saying, like I almost hear you like another person saying like, like them, like when another person says them or me, like 9 times out of 10 we pick the them, because who would do something like that, is what I keep on hearing. Like the minute that you say to another person them or me, you're already in the space of saying Like it's like you've already made the choice for them, because you're saying that you're willing to remove yourself from their life as punishment for their decisions. You know what I mean? Like it's like the question that's already answered in the space of making something energetically conditional. So again, I feel like a lot of this is being brought to you to help you navigate like a situation that feels like, I keep on hearing like it feels um, impossible, right? And that's why I keep on seeing like often when someone's giving you impossible choices, like I keep on hearing it's the space by which you say, I'm choosing not to engage because you're putting me in an impossible situation. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person, I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 56K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. All right. Hi there, Hina. Your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. All right. Good to see you, dear. I couldn't think of any. I mean, it was. Oh my. Yes. Yep. Teenagers. That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. I think we said that in another reading, right? Like closing an uncomfortable conversation with, that's an interest. That's interesting. I feel like I've always had to be the more mature one, but lately it's on another level. Yes. Who's the real child here? Right. I'm in therapy. I told them, my partner, I tell my partner and they were upset about that. Well, that's wild. Like, that's exactly, like, that's wild. I shouldn't, like, if you don't want them hearing what you say, then you shouldn't say it. Beautifully stated. Um, I think she does. No, that's what I feel like I see someone who deeply feels like, I keep on hearing, like, when we feel like we're losing someone, we have to like think about why. I keep hearing like, why might that be? Yeah, how are they experiencing us? Not like the space by which we identify, like what that is occurring. Thank you for that hashtag, Fig. Good to see you, dear. She keeps saving up stuff from therapy. I'm like, whoa, why didn't you ask me about this? Oh, that's wild, Nikki. Hi there, Erica. I'm not going to do all that. You're an adult. I feel like there's emotional storm, and she tries to avoid it. I mean, look, we all do that to a certain extent, right? Like that's what we talk about with shadow work, right? I'm going to go face the storm in my head. I'll be back in a minute. Right? When we're doing our shadow work effectively, it's like, listen, I went and I faced that storm, and it told me some things about like when I was a kid that I'm still working through. you know, it's like we don't push those storms on each other. Absolutely. Hold on a moment. 1 second. Boop, boop, boop. I lost my spot. She keeps, good afternoon, Erica. Good to see you. Yes, a pity. Absolutely. Definitely obligational. And I feel like, again, I feel like the reason that there's a lot of this coming through in the landscape of it is like, it's saying to me, like, you can have compassion for another person's experience, but it doesn't, I keep wondering, it doesn't require you to bend over backwards for it, you know? Yeah, it's like, exactly. It doesn't have to be this difficult. Yeah. Love shouldn't make us acrobats. It's what I keep on. Love should not require us to be acrobats. Hopefully the storm will pass on its own. Darned if you do, darned. Yeah, that's what I was getting a lot of, that darned if you do, darned if you don't energy. Thank you as well, BB. I'm just a Buddha. Amen. Thank you. Cool. All right. I'm hearing that song. Like, what is that? Like, what's that song? What do you want from me? I've given you everything. It's that one. Who's that song? All right, we're going to continue right now. Josie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And guys, I'm going to pin up, you're welcome. I'm going to pin up Mickey here. Make sure to give Mickey a follow. We want to support each other across the platforms. The next, I'm still looking to see if Bridget is back. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'll see if I can find that song afterwards. Yeah, she had an appointment. I'll see. Just ping me, remind me, Nikki. I'll see if I can get the song. The next person we're reading for today, if still looking for Per. Per, if you're here. And while we wait for Per, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the 3rd person read for. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The hair. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. All right. Second call for Per. If Per is not here, the next person we're reading for today is Coop. Coop, so good to see you, dear. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Oh, wait, never mind. Coop, wait, pause. Per's back. All right, I'm gonna pin up here. Okay, so hold on, Per. Since we're not discussing the ex-partner's dreams here, okay, got you. Pin. I'd like to understand intentions. Okay. Yep. Can I please get 4 cards for Per on that energetic connection, please? Oh my goodness. I've already got it. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we got to go back a little. We got to get on the Wayback Machine a bit for this reading. We got to get in the. We got to. And I'm gonna pin up Per here. Make sure to give Per a follow. We want to support each other across the platforms. Oh my gosh, I love it. Did you change when did you change the kitty? It's so cute. A long time ago, not too long ago, but a while ago, you came to us with a dream. And you said in the dream, you saw your past partner. And they were doing, if I remember the dream correctly, I'm just getting the energy on the dream. You said they were doing all of these magic tricks. They were like in pure magician energy. They were doing all of these magic tricks, and they were creating all of this energy around them, right? It was like you were describing this situation, and you were getting really frustrated at yourself because you basically said, like, I can't do that. But you also articulated the fact that you didn't feel necessarily energetically inclined to, right? It felt a lot like fanfare energy. I feel like I see somebody who I wanted to, the interpretation, okay, and this is the thing with the magician energy, like the interpretation of someone who's able to generate a crowd, right? To draw a crowd as it relates to doing something, it's very flirtatious. is what I keep on seeing, right? It's a flirtatious energy. And when someone is able to do that, it's very easy for others to be captivated by it. And then I see them always having been in some kind of experience with you that made them feel like they would have energetically pursued something, but then said, oh, no, I can't because of an energetic connection, is what I keep on seeing. And I would not be surprised if there was some kind of context by which you may have had potential arguments with them in relationality to giving others like the wrong idea, or like the space by which I keep on seeing, like, working on defining boundaries, because I almost hear the space that you were someone's boundaries, is what I'm getting. you know Like, I almost hear the fact you were someone's voice of reason. You were someone's boundaries, which is like when someone was like, you know, I feel like when someone was being a little weird, to be like, and that's enough. Let's get you home. Let's get you, you know what I mean? Like, and you've had enough right now. We're gonna go now. Like, I'm getting like you were someone's hook, is what I'm getting. Sometimes we're our own hook. Like sometimes, like we're like, and I gotta go now. Sometimes we have that hook in us. Right? I've said too much. I have to go. Right? Like we have a little bit of that space. Sometimes that exists outside of ourselves, and sometimes we need that. And sometimes, like, this is what we talk about. Never call someone your foil, because sometimes your foil is the person you need that desperately makes you appealing. Is what I keep on seeing. The reason someone's your foil is because they're shiny. It's just your foil is your sword. It's the space by which you understand that um, you know things we look different in partnership versus when we're in energetic separation. And what I'm basically seeing here is some kind of situation where someone took you for granted so much that they didn't realize that the experiences that they were having navigating the world were not, I keep on hearing, they were not dulled in the perspective of being in relationship with you. They were brightened, is what I'm getting. That they were, like I said, they were building all of these like wild thoughts in terms of what would be occurring in separation. And I feel like now that they're left to their own devices, they've come into the rude awakening of, like, the reason like you were their mystique. Their mystique is gone. Like, and when we're in, like, when we're in partnership and we have mystique, but then we don't have someone there to pull us away, we become energetically creepy, is what I'm getting. Like the mystique turns to creepy very weird, like very quickly, because mystique is the wondering of saying what's there versus someone being like, I don't have anywhere to go, is what I keep on hearing. So I feel like there's someone that's actually working through, and I keep on seeing this, that dream that you had was the perception of what you both were experiencing or expecting being in separation would be like. And remember when I said, like, someone was putting that big show on, right? Like the space by which you saw someone doing all of those energetic tricks. Like, I feel like that was you almost having a bit of a you were having in that moment, you were having a premonition dream. Because remember what you said in the space of having that dream, you saw them doing all of that magic, and you said it's just a trick, right? You even said, you're like, it's not real, it's just an energetic trick, it's an illusion. And that's why you said in the space of the dream, you're like, I'm worried because I can't do that, but look at all the attention it's generating. this is a continuation of that dream, because the thing is, I need to point this out, when you're in, like I said, the important thing about an energetic magician is having someone that can take them away from the space by which they can do something that is intriguing. And that's what I meant in the space of others. Like like, I feel like they're navigating disappointment in relationality to what they expected to find in separation versus how they are arriving to it, which is the space by which I think that somebody thought that all of these magical things that they were starting to feel, that they felt that you were holding them back from, were going to come into fruition. But what is happening? They're just fizzling out, right? There's nothing energetically real there. It was just working on the energetic illusion, rather than, like you said, the integrity, the stability that can be found in healthy partnership, which is not the space that we take that for granted. It's the recognition of how energetically important that is what I keep on seeing. Um, Bottom of the deck, you're like, again, bottom of the deck, right? I see somebody, I keep on hearing somebody saying, like, working through some kind of context of understanding that, I keep on hearing, like, the best, like, the best part of the self that is outside of the self is often the recognition of not under, I keep on hearing, a healthy relationship does not close doors on us. It's where everything energetically begins. So I almost see somebody that is thinking back nostalgically upon what you used to have. And that's why that's why I even said I was having information in the fact of interpreting their dream in a public space, because I feel like even in the space that they understand that they can talk to you about intimate things, right? I feel like that is their way of trying to continue to build that communication and saying, like, I still think about you often, right? Like, the space by which they reached out and said, I had a dream about you, it feels like they're even trying to build a bridge in terms of, like trying to energetically restore a connection, because it's the space by which they understand. Like, I feel like they even look to you to say, like, I feel like they look to you because they respect you and they want to know what it means. But I also see the fact that I almost feel like somebody is like, I keep on hearing it's a very intimate space to be able to articulate that, right? It's not really the kind of thing that you could say. I keep wondering, it's not really the kind of thing that you can say to someone that you don't know, right? It's the unique intimacy by which you can share another person's dreams, that you are like, and that's why when we, like, meet people who are like friends and stuff, we talk about it in a way that we're able to identify and recognize, like, what the energetic connection is, because I almost feel like somebody knows what the dream meant, and they were wondering if you also understood the implications of it, is what I keep on saying. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a message in the dream of something that they meant to say to you, but they didn't want to put into words. But that's why they articulated the dream, to try to give you some kind of perspective and relationality to how they feel, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like, I almost feel like I feel like it was some kind of, like, opportunity to try to build back into an energetic connection with you. Um, but like, even in that space, I see somebody who's still, like, they're wrestling. I don't know why I keep on having an issue, like somebody working through some kind of, like, difficulty in having healthy boundaries, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like I keep on hearing, like, even without seeing the dream, I feel like there might have been something in the dream which articulated the understanding that you were setting the boundaries for another person, which is potentially, again, often when we're the voice of reason for another person, we're able, and again, if someone has a hard time setting boundaries, we sometimes, like that ability of us setting boundaries becomes a gift for that person, because we can help them understand, like, what is okay versus what is not. So I feel like like without even seeing the dream, I would almost go into the context of feeling like the dream was about the fact that you were someone else's healthy boundaries and you continue to be, especially if they came to you and said, what does it mean? Which is, again, tell me, like, explain to me where those boundaries are in terms of what is energetically between us, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list right now, the list is open. You'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, if you're joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list today, you can do so via my tree that is Binks in my Lio. All right. And Josie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Oh, thank you, Per. Oh my gosh, I love those. Watermelons. Since we're not discussing, yes. Dang, I know. I want to know about the dream. Still posted in the disc. I remember. Yep. This is sad. You bring this in such a funny way. I just can't stop. I don't think sad's the right word. I feel like there's sadness in terms of another person feeling energetic disappointment in relationality to what they were potentially expecting to find versus where they find themselves. And so I guess in that context, it does feel like a little bit of sadness there, but I feel like the sadness that's being experienced is feeling like, I almost feel like somebody going through some kind of pathwork of energetic remorse. Thank you as well. Yeah, the star bottom of the deck, a bid for connection. It's a little boundary pushing to an extent. Why not just talk to me? We talk often anyways. The fear of rejection. Yes. Thank you so much for the insight. I am a good friend. I am a good friend to them. Yes. I'll help them with the boundaries. And I feel like I'm not sure why. I feel like there was something about the dream itself, which is the observation about the boundaries between you and them at this time. Yeah, I'm sad for them. I understand. Because I feel like, again, like I almost see you guys, like there was a very energetically strong connection there, but it feels almost like someone who had been taking it for granted. All right, continuing right now, the next person that we're reading for, I'm going to see if Bridget is back. If Bridget is not back yet, the next person we're reading for today is Coop. Coop, I believe, just confirm if you're here, I believe I saw that there's a dream that's been posted. Let me just confirm. Yep, no problem. No, she can take all the time that she needs. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, it's an excellent time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. Just bear with me as I go over to the Discord to pull the dream. And just a reminder, if you have information you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life you would like more information on, you can post that information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. We do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. All right. Just bear with me a moment. Okay. Oh, I know. First stream for today, outside tea. Okay, and Coop, can you please comment so that I know that you're here, dear? I always want to make sure the person's in the room before we get started. And friends, we are at 59K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. And before we get started, let's do that intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Wren. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. I'm not sure what those messages mean, deep equity in relationality to what you're commenting on the place where you keep the photos, but just a reminder to anyone who's joining us across the other apps, if you'd like to get on the list, you can do so via the tree that has links in it in my bio. All right, and I'm gonna pin up Coop here. Guys, make sure to give Coop a follow. We want to support each other over across the platforms. Also, Coop is a very talented reader in their own right as well. Always a pleasure to have you here. And we are doing a dream interpretation of a fragment. So we're going to try to put the dream together. Okay. I had a dream about being at a job I've never worked at before. It almost looked like a lab or an office space. And they were giving everyone pizza, like a pizza party, possibly for lunch. I think it was a pepperoni pizza, kind of thick, and it had at least a bite. My dad, who I don't really talk to very much, came to pick me up, so I left the building. Before I got in the car, I turned around and went back for more pizza, but they'd already put it away. I then overheard coworkers talking about something they didn't want anyone to hear. I can't remember what they were saying, but I knew it was something I wasn't supposed to hear. Also, the color red is significant. I think I had on a red shirt in the dream, and I usually don't wear red. What do my guides want me to know from this dream? It felt significant in some way, but I'm not sure why. Can I get 4 cards, please? Thank you. Oh, wow. So I feel like there's some very important things that we're seeing in relationality to this dream. And I feel like there's to a certain extent, it feels a little bit like a past life dream in relationality to the past and the current context of self. Um, and there's a couple indications here, and sometimes I like to point out sometimes the guides show us things to help us work through something that we're energetically navigating. And um, I would be very interested, and sometimes certain dreams like encourage me to ask questions. And I would almost describe this space of potentially having had an experience in the past where you may have potentially been looking for professions, not because it was something that you identified that you wanted, but potentially trying to work towards the approval of another. And that would be effectively identified in the context of the fact that you said that you were in this space and you were working there. And I like to point out, you didn't describe what you were doing. You didn't express why you were there, but the one context of it was the odd choice of the fact that your father was there to pick you up. So this could talk about some inner child healing you're potentially doing as it relates to past experiences where you are trying to articulate upon life path or profession, more concerned with reaching the approval point of another, right? Because in a way, in those contexts, it doesn't really matter what we're doing so long as we feel the sense that there's someone else who's energetically proud of us. And this is further articulated with the fact that you identified that they offered free pizza at this place, right? That's a perk. So this is potentially talking about how, you know, a lot of the work that you may have done in the past was working through not only the context of doing something for another person's approval, but also like the identification point of receiving something that another person would identify as like amazing, right? And I need to point this back, like you didn't mention it, but the fact that you said that you went back is almost giving the indication that you were going back to get your father some pizza, right? Like almost a space by which we can kind of fill in the fragment of the dream that's missing. Potentially the fact that you told them that there was pizza and you said, hold on, I'll go get you some, right? But this is why, and this is we're talking about what you now we have the question here. If there was a context by which you used to work somewhere that not only did someone approve of it, but also there was free pizza, right? So the space by which you may have felt that there were energetic perks to being in a past experience, but also the fact that another person was very proud of the fact that you were there, right? Now let's get to the underbelly as to why you moved away from that energetic path work, right? Because the first part of the dream is the space of the unhealed, the inner child work. And now we're getting to what you actually found there. When you went back, you noticed that the coworkers were talking about something and you didn't want anyone, they didn't want anyone to hear it. And you said you couldn't remember what they were saying, but it felt like it was something that you weren't supposed to hear. And so this is the context. And you also identified the fact that you felt like there was a significant color there, and that color was red. And so this is potentially talking about the possibility that you had gone through some kind of experiences where you were having all of those spaces in the relationality to profession, but then feeling like you notice some kind of quality of two-facedness in those experiences, right? The difference between what another person articulates in relationality to how they feel about you versus how they really feel, right? Because you have to understand, like in an environment that, again, like the pizza party energy, as you were, that sense of niceness, right? And again, in those spaces, we often identify that niceness is considered the most important factor, right? We're not allowed to articulate upon how we really feel about things. And so this could talk about the fact that you may have gone through some kind of rude awakening process and being in an environment like that, because not only did you experience a little bit of this like duplicity on the part of the energetic connections that you may have made there, right? Like the difference between someone who they aspired or seemed to be, right? Versus who you actually found was in there once you got to know them. But also, you said that that color is red is significant because you said that you had a red shirt on in the dream, which is, and I think that this is important because when we talk about the color red, red is the color of our blood, right? Like red has a lot of meaning in relationality to talking about what we're energetically sacrificing. And so this is potentially talking about the fact that you felt that in some way, shape, or form, what you were doing did not feel like it was in accordance to something that had meaning to you, right? Something that felt like it was energetically mattering. But it could also speak towards the feeling that the energy did not value you, right? Like the space by which you articulate. And I think that there's something very interesting about this because pizza is also red. There's a lot of red in pizza, right? So it's almost the space that you left a corporate environment because you recognized that you were the pizza, which was the space by which you felt that you were being consumed, but you weren't necessarily being cared about, right? You were just, again, like it's just the space of being like working in the context of not being valued, but just more energy, like just more energy. So this could be talking through. I would not be surprised right now if you're going through an experience where another person does not energetically approve of the work that you're currently doing in some way, shape, form, or fashion, right? And this could have a lot to do with the difference in relationality to helping. I feel like the guides were giving you this dream to help you understand the significance or the context as to why you're making the choices that you do. Because I feel like a lot of it is the articulation of showing, often, you know, when we prioritize things, I feel like it's the space by which we want to do something that we feel, energetically matters, right? And so I feel like even in the space of you working through something, like that observation of wanting to do something that allows you to be in the space of being your authentic self is like the articulation point is not feeling like there has to be, I feel like not feeling like there has to be the side of you that prioritizes niceness instead of kindness, right? Like the space by which you recognize and identify wanting to be in your authenticity and being able to be energetically and building an energetic connection that feels like it is true, rather than like I keep on hearing like rather than trying to go through the nicety of doing something like specifically in the space of the perks that come with it, right? And so this is almost like I feel like in a way the dream itself is helping you with some karmic healing because it's giving you that it's not telling you what is right? Like we can see that this is a guide dream because it's not saying that there's one space or another that says this is the right or wrong direction by which you were supposed to proceed, but it's the context by which you can understand the karmic difficulty between you and another person, potentially in connection to your father, versus them kind of feeling like the pizza as it was worth it, right? And that's the thing with the pizza. Like, what does the pizza say? Like, I wouldn't be surprised if someone's in the context of saying like we all do our part and we don't ask questions, right? Like that's like again like the pizza party, right? We all do our part and we don't ask questions versus you potentially being someone that said when I dug deeper into something, I saw something there that was a little concerning. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with the judgment energy, right? I think that it's interesting too because I feel like I feel like there's something very important that I think is happening there in relationality to like working. I keep on hearing like working through. I feel like you and another person are very, very energetically similar, but in the context of understanding what it means to do your part is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like that is the hard part because I almost see you saying to someone, like, I feel like one person is saying, like, you're not, like, you, like, I almost feel like someone trying to articulate the fact that you're doing something. Um, I'm just reading into this, like saying that you're trying to do something exceptional, right? Because they might misunderstand the reason why you're doing it versus you saying, I am doing my part. I am doing my part. I'm doing my part just in a fashion, like in a fashion that you might not necessarily understand the magnitude of it is what I keep on seeing you having to say to someone. Like you're like, I am also doing my part, but in a very, very different way is what I keep on seeing, right? It's like you have to ask yourself, like what do you like what context that is being effectively energetically like described in as I keep on seeing because I feel like I see that space where like it's like I feel like there's like I feel like there's an argument between you and another person as it relates to pizza, which I keep on hearing like the funny thing about pizza is it has to do, and I always like to point out when we have pizza dreams, it's about doing our part because it's a pizza party. We part the pizza. So I feel like that's what I keep on seeing because again, if someone's like worried and being like, it's like I see you like having to go through those argumentation points and being like, no, we are very similar, but we see things vastly different. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Bibi. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. If you'd like to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, thank you for letting me know you got on the list. Slapping. Every time I see your username, I just start giggling. It's a very good username. Hold on a minute. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. All right. And thank you for those gifts, BB. Time to wear red. Yes, thank you. Eat pizza. Better play. I know now everybody wants pizza. That's crazy because my dad doesn't agree with what I do for work now. And I would not be surprised if there was something that he used to do that they were absolutely thrilled about. Yeah, like the traditional corporate path. Yep, very true. Bren, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Yep. Yes, you are the pizza. I'm going to eat pizza today. Kindness over niceness, exactly. It's difficult when family is not fully supportive. And I feel like the guides are showing you this to kind of give you the perspective in terms of like where you find yourself to help you navigate that. Oh, so they've got different beliefs and they don't approve of your path. I understand, dear. Well, that would be, like I said, like, remember when I said with the judgment card being like someone worried about you, like making the decisions and you saying I'm doing the same work on a different context, like helping someone try to say like we are more alike than you know, like almost somebody who feels like you're oppositional to them, but I almost see you like trying to say to them I'm on your side, like I'm on your side. You know, I was influenced to order a pizza after listening to this reading. I know everybody wants pizza now. Yes, doing your part. Wow, my father is too. Oh, wow, sending you guys support. I just recalled a big fight between me and my brother had over pizza too, and resonated health like, and I need to point this out, like the thing with like, you know, I have to point this out too. There's something important to be recognized too, Coop, in the fact that you understand that pizza is a reward for something, right? Like saying if you're really good, you'll get a pizza party is what I keep on seeing. So this could be again, like there's a lot of context in the dream here, in the identification point of a pizza party, which says like if you do good, you'll get a pizza party, versus like the differentiation between how you and another person feel about things. I feel like that's important to kind of recognize too, right? And I feel like that's what I feel like it's really in like, I feel like that, you know, it's interesting because I feel like it's the context of applying that force of judgment. Like I would not be surprised if you and another person almost like have arguments to say, I don't need like I don't need incentive to be good. Right? Like I don't need incentive. I don't need it. Like I don't need incentive to be good. If that makes sense. Thank you so much, Coop, and sending you so much support on that journey. All right, we're going to continue. Now everybody wants pizza. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list, hold on, I'm just confirming. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. If anyone wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. We do life path here, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretations, and guided messages. All right. You're so welcome, and thank you guys. And make sure you guys give BB a follow. Wonderful reader as well. Good to see you today, dear. Always a pleasure. Hold on a minute. Thank you. You're so welcome. I used to work in a restaurant industry and would bring him free food. Again, you see what I mean? Like somebody being in the space of, thank you for that, dear. Like it's like, I feel like there's a lot of this space of the dream in terms of recognizing like the space by which, um, like I keep on hearing like doing like, hold on a minute. It's like doing work for perks as opposed to defining energetic meaning is what I keep on seeing. All right. They miss the free food, exactly. I mean, when am I not in a playful mood? I'm always in a playful mood. When am I not in a playful mood? Yes, absolutely. Okay, yeah, very similar. No, that's a very good point, Nikki, right? Like the perks. It's all about the perks. All right, we're gonna continue right now. The next person we're reading for is slapping. Slapping looks like we're doing highest priority messages from spirit. Before we continue though, let's do an intuition check. I've got our animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I will reveal the card. I know, Nikki, they've got like one. I adore their username. It's so funny. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The eagle. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. Strega, can you not? Hold on, I gotta move Strega. Why? Why must we do this? Come on. Yeah, it's not for sits. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, where were we? Sorry, Strega. Strega was being a nudge. All right. Of course, I know. I saw that they guessed the eagle before. They were just a little. They just saw it a little too soon. It's what we did. It's what we live for. Sorry, I got the closest with a bird. Absolutely. Good job, Nikki. All right, where were we? Oh, I know. Yeah, perks are nice. All right, where are we? I'm just looking again. Hold on, I got to pin up. Where'd slapping go? Slapping, are you still here, dear? Yep. Slapping, you just comment so I make sure you're still in the room. And it looks like we're doing highest priority from spirit. Perfect. Also, friends, we're at 63K likes. When we get to 100K, I will gift a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K in no time. Highest priority messages from spirit, please, for slapping. 2 more, please. Ugh, sorry. um, I feel like I mean, like, there's a really, really strong message coming through in spirit in relationality to not finding joy in another person's suffering, is what I keep on seeing. You know, like, and this is why I feel like there's something really important. I feel like, listen, this is often like sometimes, like when we see that tendency in another person, um, like there's like, like I keep on hearing like a bell is rung sometimes and it can't be unrung, is what I keep on hearing. You know, like I feel like there's something, and like this is what we talk about in relationality to like this is what we talk about with like character judgment is what we keep on is like what we see, you know, like I think I think it's like and then like I just again with the tower and the 3 of cups. you know, eh, and this is why we like, this is also like why we don't, like, this is often why I'll notice that like those in like a healthy spiritual space don't look at karma as somewhat kind of like, ah, ha, ha, ha," you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't look at it and being like, good, that's what you get. Like, no, like, it's not good. They're like forget karma. Like we never want to be in a context where something awful is happening and we're relishing the fact that like somebody is like experiencing something, you know? Like it's the understanding that empathy is one that we don't match energy, even in the context of something happening and another person, like I almost see like working through something with someone and they're like, like I feel like you almost have to you have to explain this in terms of saying that when you delight in another person going through the same problems again and again and again, you never leave the opportunity for them to ever feel the sense of wanting to energetically heal, you know? And I feel like this is really important because I see that you have been going through, like, you've got a lot, like, there's a lot of new opportunities that are happening around you right now. I feel like there's potentially even, what's interesting about it is like, I see the fact that there's like potentially some travel here for you. I see the fact that I almost see like you working in some way tirelessly. And there's something about your energetic efforts paying off to a certain extent. Um, but like the one thing I keep on getting is, how do I describe this best? Make sure, I keep on hearing, make sure that you're not talking too much. Um, like make sure that you're not talking too much um, about plans before they've energetically happened. Is the best way I can kind of describe the energy that I'm seeing around something. And I keep on saying, I'm not saying that in a way to like, I don't want you to like navigate that in a way that I'm articulating upon like creating fear in you. But like the one thing I keep on seeing is, how do I describe this? You know, like I keep on hearing like the ability by which, oh, thank you, Nikki. How do I describe this best? Like, and I feel like I keep on getting some kind of messages coming through in relationality to, I keep on just getting the same message from your guides that says, like, talk about wins, talk about sure things, not about possibilities, is what I keep on seeing. Make sure that you're articulating upon make sure that you're articulating upon things like once they're in the space of being energetically sure rather than talking about like the opportunity of something coming together, specifically and particularly because um, I don't know, like it's giving me it's giving me like a lot of it's giving me a lot of strong modalities of understanding the importance of having a lot of different opportunities around you, but also being quiet as you navigate those like I keep on hearing, being very quiet as you navigate those possibilities until they become energetic victories is all I keep on seeing because I feel like I almost feel like there's like it feels almost like a little bit of like I don't know what this is like it feels almost like a little bit of unhealthy competition. And I like to point this out. Um, when we're in a good space, then others, I keep on hearing more in a good space, others delight when we're doing the same thing, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like I feel like I keep on hearing like life is like cake. There's always there's always more to be had, right? It's not, I keep on hearing it's like even the idea of saying like it's not a competition is I don't know why I keep on hearing that like again, yeah, why is it saying it's not a competition is so revolutionary is because when we understand the value and significance of a collective is the space by which we understand that more of a good thing is just more of a good thing is all I keep on hearing. Like I've got your guides that are almost like articulating that and saying the beautiful idea or the aspect of collective is the space by which we understand more is more, right? We delight in that. But I feel like it almost feels to me like there's almost some kind of energy around you that sees you like moving through something energetically successfully. And I'm not saying that this is your fault, but they almost see it like as some kind of energetic threat. Like they see it almost as something that limits them. So that's what I said. Like you can, like, that's what I said about like not feeling like you need to tell, like, make sure that you're being very conscientious in relationality to who you're articulating your plans are at this time. Um, because I keep on hearing, especially if you're like, I keep on hearing, especially if someone doesn't feel like they're passing the vibe check, is what I'm getting. Like like there's something important that's coming through on that bottom of the deck, especially with like, I need to point out it's giving me a lot of like five of pentacles in its reversal, which says you know there's something to be said about, I keep on hearing, remember, trust is earned, it's not demanded, is what I keep on hearing. Trust is earned, it's not demanded, which is the space by which, if somebody like wants to work with you or do something, you don't have to like, I keep on hearing, you don't need to like, it doesn't have to be like an on or off switch. Like it says to me, like you can do something on like a trial basis, is what I keep on getting. Or giving something, like creating something that almost like, I keep on hearing, giving yourself a little bit of energetic buffer to make sure that someone is as invested in something as you are, is what I keep on hearing. Because um I feel like like there's something to be said about knowing, like, and this is why we often, like, when we know someone for a long time, we start to build trust because it's the identification point of knowing like who we are. But that's what I keep on hearing in relationality to taking time to get to know someone or doing something in a trial basis, like the ability to, I keep on hearing, like, give someone a little trust and see what they do with it, is what I keep on hearing. Right? Like that is, there's nothing wrong with giving someone a little trust and seeing what they do with it, especially and particularly if these are situations or circumstances wherein you've been burned before, right? And I almost feel like, I keep on hearing like the way we can often recognize um, like how we build trust with each other is often indicated in the space that when we talk about that, we don't take it personally, right? Like I need to point this out. Like we're in a healthy space, and we say to one another, like, well, I've got some trust issues. We say I understand completely. We don't say how dare you, right? Like, and often in the space that another person takes it personally, it's interesting, isn't it? Is what I keep on seeing, right? Like energy that gets it, right? Like energy that understands that trust is something that takes time, never takes it personally when you say that you need that time. But someone that demands trust is like, you'd be surprised how quickly like someone will get upset when they're saying, well, why don't you, instead of, I understand completely. So just, I keep on seeing, like, let that gut check guide you, is what I keep on seeing, right? It's okay. it's okay to be like overly cautious, because especially if you're doing something, like if you're doing something that you want to have longevity, because they're saying to me that if something has longevity, there's no reason to rush a process, is what I keep on hearing. So again, if somebody's like trying to force you into a decision, or saying like there's only like a brief window of time that something's available, like I feel like let that be something of saying like, I'm not gonna speed up. You have to kind of slow down, is what I keep on seeing. Um, Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Slapping. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being Semi-Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person, I'm going to take a minute to read over the comments that came through. Also, friends, we're at 63.5K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. All right. I'll take the win. A win is a win. A win is a win. I had a Griffin. I like it. Good to see you today, Anne. I love hearing Sensei slapping. Why do I say it weird? So casually. Oh no. Oh my. No, these cards are like, I'm moving in silence. Yeah, there was a lot of that in this reading, Minnie. I've been running my own business for almost 2 years, but I'm trying to grow. I was debating not working with a person anymore because I felt like it was toxic, or maybe I should reconsider. Yeah, don't let the left. Yeah, I mean, I don't listen. I don't think it's I don't think it's that type of energy, per. I don't think it's like a left hand or right hand thing. I think it's more about the space of I keep on hearing trust is something that we do. Like trust is something that we do based on like time. And I keep on seeing, like, I keep on hearing, like, don't let someone rush you through a trust process. Yeah, working on trust in a lot of areas right now. You're so welcome, dear. And I keep on seeing, like, if there's something about that, like, I keep on seeing, like, let benchmarks guide you in terms of if, like, someone's asking for more responsibility, right? Like, I feel like you can be very specific in relationality to, like, laying out the pathwork for them in terms of, like, what you need to see in order to feel the energetic confidence to, like, move deeper into something with them, is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much, dear. And Julia, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. It's giving me a lot of like, don't be hasty kind of energy. Do something in the time that feels comfortable for you. Don't let someone rush you through an energetic process. All right, next person we're reading for today. Bridget, I see that you're back. Can you let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question? And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being Semi-Lio. Ooh, we're doing a dream. I'm excited. All right. And guys, we are also at 63.8K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K, 100K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages this live to be pushed out to those who have not received it before. Just bear with me. And again, for those who are interested in getting on the list, we do here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, past life, angelic guidance, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings, love readings, dream interpretation, guided messages, and Akashic readings. All right, getting to dream interpretation. Outside tea is our favorite tea. And I'm going to pin up. I'm pinning up Bridget there. Make sure to give Bridget a follow. We want to support each other across the platform. Okay. And before we get started, let's do an intuition check. Animal spirit guide card. I count back from 10. When I get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The owl. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that after the next reading. All right, let's get to it. Outside tea. First dream. My family and I are moving. We're packing boxes, plastic wrapping furniture. My brother's there, and I say, "Are you flying with us?" And he says, "No, I'm just going as far as Lodi, not Arizona." For context, my family and I moved around a lot growing up, not different states, but many different houses. So this felt normal. That's all I remember from this dream. Second dream. I'm in a grocery store to pick up a few things. While I was there, I grabbed a mascara and an eyebrow pencil. Suddenly, half the store lost power. For some reason, there were tiny baby dolls everywhere. Not big ones, but small miniature figurines. I kept finding them, 2 in my shopping cart when I first walked in, and another on a shelf. People started being asked to bring their purchases to the front and check out early. I thought, okay, I guess I'm done shopping. At the register, I couldn't find the mascara, so I set the eyebrow pencil down and said, I guess this is all I'm getting today. The cashier said I looked familiar and asked if I live here. I told him I used to. Then he asked if I knew a certain woman, and I said she sounds familiar, but I can't place her. He asked if I was moving back, and I said probably not. He asked if I liked Virginia. I said yes. He asked if I planned to stay there forever. I said only until I stop liking it. And so far, I've been there 9 years. I paid in cash, $20.01, but had trouble pulling the bills from my wallet because the 20s were stuck together. When I went to grab the penny, it shook loose from my purse, flew out, and landed perfectly in his drawer in the exact spot for change. We both laughed. As I left, the lights came back on, and I thought, should I go back in and finish shopping? But I decided no. In the parking lot, I noticed 2 cars parked side by side, each with people inside. It looked like they'd been trying to jumpstart each other's car, but both batteries died, and now they were laughing and chatting. One car's flashlight on, presumably waiting for AAA. When I returned my shopping cart, I spotted a tiny sleeping baby figurine, this one in the snow, even though it wasn't cold or snowing. I got to my car, put my bag down, and realized it was stuffed with things, including mascara, and most of them were those little baby figurines. Can I please get 4 cards? Oh, I got 2 more, please. Okay. So I love this dream because one of the things I want to point out with this dream, and this is also why I'm really like, it's very helpful to do dream interpretations when we have the context of working, when I'm working with a client who I have a history of understanding the dream space with. This is why I really like doing dream series work with my clients, because there are some inferences that we would have to draw in relationality to the baby figurines that are speaking specifically to you as it relates to a symbol from your guides. Because if you'll recall, and again, you can reaffirm to me if this is correct, I believe you have an association with the figurine that you spoke to me about from childhood. I'd like you to confirm that as we continue this reading. But before we get to that part, I want to talk about the first part of the dream. The first part of the dream was talking about the fact that you saw that you and your family were moving. You identified the space by which you recognized that you were packing boxes, and that there was plastic wrapping on the furniture. You said, my brother was there, and I said, are you flying with us? And he says, no, I'm just going as far as Lodi, not Arizona. But you said this felt totally normal. Now, in the space of the dream, we recognize and identify that we're effectively talking towards the fact that this is, in one context, a karmic dream to show you how far you've come. And it's also potentially talking about the fact that we have to understand that when we actually talk about shifting or growing, it has to do with our perspective that shifts, right? So the space by which you saw the fact that you said that you're moving, but your brother said that they can't go with you, was the observation that there may feel like there is a departure point between how you perceive things versus where your brother perceives them. But it also says to me that there may be a lot of compassion there between you, because they didn't argue with you, right? They weren't demanding that you stay. They weren't telling you where to go. You just checked with them and said, are you coming with me? And they said, no, I like it here just fine, right? So this could be our talking about the separation in relationality to the perceptual shift that you have between the way that you see things and the way that your brother sees things, but also appreciating the difference, right? The appreciation that is found in a different perspective, but that you feel energetically secure in that space. Now, thank you for confirming the connection to the cherub, because one of the things I need to point out, and this is also why I'm not a big subscriber and following books on dream interpretation, is I need to define something that's happening in this dream. You described something in this dream that anyone else having a dream would find absolutely terrifying. Okay. You described something in this dream that if anyone else was having this dream would be the context of horror fuel. Okay. You described the fact that you were just casually grocery shopping in a grocery, like in a store. And then all of a sudden the lights went out and there were these little baby figurines everywhere. Okay. And at this point, I just need to stress that anyone else having this dream would consider this nightmare fuel. I've even got those commenting in the comments about the fact that that sounds like nightmare fuel. What do? You keep shopping. It doesn't even register, because it's the understanding, and this is the difference in the shadow work between you and your energetic brother. This could talk about working through the space of healing your shadow, and the space by which you understand and recognize that there are some things that, like, you talk about, they get too deep. They go, no, that's too deep for me. No, I stop at Lodi. I do not go to Arizona. I do not go to Arizona. I do not go to Arizona. Right? Too hot in Arizona. Why? It's too hot in Arizona. I'm very fine. I'm fine here. No, 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 no. Nope. I don't want to hear that. Earmuffs. I'm done now. I don't even want to hear that. Nope. So this could talk about the fact that in the context with things about you talk about with your brother, there's some things that just creep them out. They go, no, I'm not done. Nope. That's enough. I'm good now. But when we're invested in our spiritual journey, we've done our shadow work, things that would normally distress others is just another Tuesday. It's just another Tuesday. Where are you running? Where's everybody going? This is fascinating. Why? But this is also why, because here's the thing, and this is what's beautiful about it. Where others would see anxiety, you see energetic support, because in the space by which everything gets dark, and you saw those figurines, we've often done a lot of conversations in the landscape of your own path work that we recognize that one of your angelic guides often arrives to you in the form of an angelic figurine, a little baby figurine. So it's working through the mindfulness that often there are things that you experience that you take different things from, that others would effectively run from, but you see as support. Why? Because you're trusting the energetic process, right? You're doing that work and you're finding that sense of confidence. And this is to show you how far you've come. Because even in the space of something happening, you're not stressing out through it, right? You're just rolling along. You just got your cart. You're just like, what are we doing? Oh, I gotta go find the mascara. Oh, look, there are all these the little figurines everywhere. It's fine. It's just another Tuesday, right? So you're trusting the process. So this is to show you how far you've come in the guide, in the observation of the guides. It says, look how far you've come. Even when something's going wrong, you look around, you see something that would disturb others. You're like, no, it's okay. I trust the process. We see this further when you get to the cashier, right? You get to the cashier and, you know, you couldn't find the mascara. You go back, you go, it's fine. Not a big deal. Whatever. You set the eyebrow pencil down. I guess this is all I'm getting today. This is, again, further confirmation of the fact that you're a part of that spiritual journey right now. You're not worrying. You're just trusting the energetic process. You then said that the cashier said that you looked familiar and asked if you used to live there. And you told them that you used to. And then they asked if you knew a certain woman. And you said, she sounds familiar, but I can't place her. That's you. It's the same woman, right? Because it's the observation of how much you have changed. So in the context, by the fact that first the cashier said to you, you look familiar, and asked if you lived there, I need to point this out. This is them saying that they used to know you, and you can't even remember that, right? The context of being like, yeah, right? And then he asked if you knew a certain woman, and you said, she sounds familiar, but I can't place her, right? It's the same conversation said to you twice, which is potentially the ability of having a hard time connecting to those that you knew prior, before you move towards the spiritual path work, because it's almost a space that you wouldn't even recognize her, right? And in the context of another person talking about them, you even say, she sounds familiar, but I can't place her, right? So that is showing the space by which you are almost unrecognizable as it relates to the present self versus the past self. They then said, they asked if you were moving back, right? So you're having a conversation right now with one of your guides. The cashier is actually one of your guides in disguise, and they're asking you questions about your spiritual journey. And so then the guide said, are you coming back? And what did you say to the guide? Probably not. And then they asked if you liked where you are now. And then you said, yeah, I like it. And then your guide said, are you planning on staying there forever? And what did you say? Only until I stop liking it. So far, I've been there for 9 years. So again, it's the context by which you're having a conversation upon your own spiritual journey. And again, what is the conversation that you're having with the cashier? You're trusting the energetic process, right? You're just trusting the process. You said you paid in cash, and I need to point out, you said you paid $20.01. I would be very curious to know what happened to you in 2001, because I would not be surprised if there was something that happened to you in 2001 that started your spiritual journey. And then you said you had no problem pulling the bills from your wallet because the 20s were stuck together. You had trouble pulling the bills out of your pocket because the 20s were stuck together, right? And this is, again, talking about the difficulty point that you may have in relationality to those who know you from before you started on your spiritual path to those who know you after, because you said they are stuck together, right? What was happening in the conversation? I know I look very similar to her, but I can't place her, right? The space by which how much you've changed, it's very like you're the same person, but you don't move the same way. You don't think the same way, right? It's talking towards, again, like working through the path work of the past that can sometimes be difficult, because what happens as we maturate, it's hard to separate the 20s. It's hard to separate the person that we used to be to the person that we are today. This brings us into the space that you said that when you grabbed the penny, it shook loose from your purse, flew out, and landed perfectly in the drawer in the exact spot where it was. And of course it would. Why? Because you're trusting the process. You're trusting the process. Now you said, and I need to point this out, as you left, what happened when you left the store? The lights came back on. And you said, should I go back in and finish shopping? You decided not to, right? And again, trusting the process. And then you said in the parking lot, you noticed that there were 2 cars parked side by side, each with people inside. And you said that it looked like they were trying to jumpstart each other's car, but with both batteries that had died. And now they were laughing and chatting. One car's flashlight was on, presumably waiting for AA. So this is another example of energy that is trusting the process, right? Because it's something, there's actually something very comedic about that, right? Like there's something absolutely comedic about the space by which there's two cars trying to jump each other, but now both cars are both cars' engines are dead. But what's happening in that space? They're laughing, they're chatting, they're getting to know each other. They just forged a friendship, right? So it's the space by which, again, what happens, like the message is happening from the guides is a message that articulates that when things are going wrong, and instead of getting all caught up in our head, if we start becoming observant and compassionate, there's a lot of things to be found there, right? So that's what we're effectively seeing. So it's almost like a conversation that you're having with guides in the space of the dream about being patient on our journey, surrendering expectation, but just being energetically observant. And sure enough, why you returned the shopping cart, you said that when you returned the shopping cart, you said you noticed another tiny sleeping baby figurine, but you said this one was in the snow, even though it wasn't cold or snowing. That's you, right? It's talking about the arrival point and celebrating the fact that you're keeping a cool head in difficult situations, right? You're not getting all stressed, you're not getting all stressed out. You're just moving through it, right? You're keeping your cool. You're keeping your cool. And so that's the space by which again you're taking care of the self. And then again, sure enough, you got to your car, you put your bag down, and you realized it was stuffed with all the stuff you needed, including the mascara you forgot, which was most of all, there were all of those little baby figurines, which is the space by which, again, what happens when you are, the reason you're able to stay calm right now is because you're building into the confidence of the self that feels affirmed, that when everything is happening, when we observe that things are happening for us, we also feel the energetic safety of feeling the support of saying, I'll have all I need, right? It's not the space by which you're worrying as to why it's not happening. It's almost like the ability of understanding that your bag is full, which is the reason, like it's like the clarification of the symbol of saying that you being able to stay cool is you not over worrying about something, but just feeling the confidence of knowing that you'll have what you need. It's not about it's not if, it's just when, right? Things coming to you as you need them. Bottom of the deck on this reading, I would not be surprised if you've gone through experiences in the past where you're getting really, really hard on the self, right? Where you were working through something, where you may have gone through experiences where potentially the slightest inconveniences used to devastate you, right? Or you used to get really, really overly focused on things not going the way that you anticipated or expected them to. Because I keep on seeing, like, you have to remember that when we get too, it's controlling behavior, right? Like this is how we start to see it. When we're really worried about things going exactly the way that we expect them to, it's because we have trust issues, right? And then we get really stressed out because we don't feel energetically safe because things aren't going the way that we expected or intended. But I feel like, again, a bit of this dream is to show you how far you've come, because everything in the context of the dream is going like completely, like completely like strange, but you're not getting twisted up about it. You're allowing it to just kind of build your own sense of confidence. So I feel like this is a lot of the God, like I feel like the space of the guides showing you the stream is showing you how much you've accomplished. But I need to stress this. The fact that we talked about the space by which you identified that your brother said, no, I stop at Lodi, I don't go to Arizona, is the space that sometimes our own comfortability with things is only in so much of we as we've done our own work on ourselves, which is why sometimes when we're talking about something that's energetically supportive to us, right? Like something we see that feels like it's affirming, another person experiences and being like, what? Like, because it's the overcoming of the anxiety and fear that allows us to feel like, I keep on hearing like what's safe for one is anxiety inducing for another, which is why we can't rush each other on spiritual journeys, because it's almost like I feel like it's that observational point in understanding that is not, there's not a qualifier to that work. We are all exactly where we need to be. We don't feel like we need to push each other on our journeys. And they're talking about like the connection with your brother almost being in that space. I would not be surprised if there may be those moments that they feel like you're talking about something and they may feel a little bit like they want to tap out, but almost like helping you build a little empathy and relationality to how they may experience something versus how you yourself are. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I can probably, I'm actually going to close the list right now. If you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll be the first person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 64.1K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. All right, where were we? And thank you. Cal L, same thing. The dolls are, I just like to point this out. Everybody else experiencing this dream would have been running for the hills. everybody else experiencing for that dream would have been running for the hills. But again, that's one of your signs. You're like, oh no, it's fine. I'm surrounded by angels. Such a weird dream. It's a good answer. Yep. What a thorough dream space. I know, right, Tay? I had an angelic cherub guide that would come sit on my shelf when I was little. Yep. So again, it's a different meaning for you. You're like, I'm fine. Yes, I am terrified. Which is great too, because like, angelic messengers, be not afraid. I've worked with kids, so to me, finding little dolls is normal to me. Yeah, that is nightmare fuel. Okay. Just a casual day. So casual. Exactly. Wow. Yep, exactly. That's so cute. This is a wonderful interpretation. Oh, yes, that did happen in that year. I went to Hoboken and helped give out supplies to people working on Ground Zero. So that, like, again, $20.01, 2001, the year everything changed. Changed my life forever. Thank you for confirmation on the dream. And thank you as well, Carmen, for the heart knees. Yes, they were making friendships in the car. Yeah, they were making friendships in the car. Yes. It changed my life too. Brought candles and lit them in the fire stations. It's beautiful, V. I was a small child. Yes. Also the year you graduated. So it was a very big year for you. Reminds me also about detaching from the outcome, trusting the process instead. Yes. This year I felt peace around things coming in and working out, because you always get exactly what you need plus more at the end. Beautifully said. Absolutely. 5 years ago, if things didn't work out, they would have made me so upset. Now I have no problems when things go astray. I just laugh it off now. An exquisite translation. Thank you, Tay. I do my best. Oh, excellent, Chrissy. You're so welcome, Bridget. Grand Rising, Carmen. I have a doozy. Oh, I have a doozy. You have a doozy of a dream. It's gonna top the creepy doll dream. Okay. I love it. Excellent. Wonderful. I've never gotten a reading on it, and it happened a while ago. Oh, great, wonderful. Have you already posted it, and is it outside tea? Okay, perfect. We're doing lots of dreams today. I'm here for it. And just a reminder, the list is closed today, but if you would like to get on the list for, not tomorrow, actually, I'm off tomorrow, but if you want to get on the list for Wednesday, you will be the first person read for. You also have an additional card in your reading. Okay, what do we got? All right, we've got here dream interpretation. Also, I'm going to pin up Nikki here. Guys, make sure to give Nikki a follow. We want to support each other across the platform. This dream happened last year when I was in a bad place with a previous partner, the coworker. I've always been curious about the meaning. It sort of felt like an ego death, and it stuck with me heavy ever since. Craziest dream I've ever had. I was in a weird place, like a vacation destination, somewhere snowy, but it was situated on a gigantic cliff edge with a huge drop off. All around me, it was snowy and icy. But when I looked off into the distance, I could see a vast, beautiful ocean. I was near the cliff, and there was a giant, snowy, icy hill I needed to walk up. But I was only wearing Uggs, not sturdy at all and super slippery. I was anxious about slipping and falling off of the cliff, so I called my mom to bring me sturdier shoes. Then I noticed there was a snowcat or snow vehicle there. So I got in to drive it up the hill instead of walking. But once I got in, I realized there were no windows and it was pitch black inside. All of a sudden, it started moving. I remember panicking and thinking, oh God, it might be heading for the cliff. I tried to force my way out, but I was trapped. Then I felt it drop off the cliff, still black all around me, stuck in it. As I fell, there was a deafening whooshing sound in my ears, like I was moving through some kind of dark energy tunnel, my stomach dropping. Then I felt the vehicle or myself hit the water, and feeling of falling and loud whooshing noise ceased immediately, and I knew I had unalived. Everything went white, and it was silent, but there was a ringing noise in my ears. I slowly woke up, still seeing the white light, which slowly faded, along with the ringing in my ears. It didn't feel like normal waking from a dream. I didn't jolt awake or shift suddenly like usually happens in falling dreams. It truly felt like I had died in the dream. I woke up slowly with the white light fading, in shock and stuck laying there reliving it. I ended up crying a few minutes after because it felt so real, like I'd actually unalived. I also remember people were hiking along the cliff casually, and I was like, oh, hell no, which is why I wanted led to get back to the place where we were staying. Anywho, I figured I might as well get a read on what the meaning was since it stuck so heavily, and I can still put myself back there and see all the imagery and hear the sounds. Can I get 4 cards, please? 2 more. So the dream is an allegory for the relationship, obviously. And especially because we've got a lot of signs about this. One of the most important is often when we see methods of transportation in the space of dream, we know that we're dealing with relationships. So you mentioned the fact that you had this dream at a moment that you were in a very bad place with what turned out to be an unhealthy relationship. So we're going to build the landscape of the dream based upon how the relationship was causing you to feel. You said that you were in a weird place. So this is the relationship having been in a weird place. Like you said, it was a vacation destination, but somewhere snowy. and it was situated on a gigantic cliff edge with a huge drop off. So immediately we see the fact that the relationship itself did not feel safe, because in the space of being a vacation, I keep on hearing a vacation is not a manifestation goal. A vacation is a fling. It's something that we're only in for a short term time. So it was the anxiety point of potentially being in a relationship that was actually a fling, that you said was situated on a gigantic cliff with a huge drop off, and feeling unsafe because of the space that you identified it as a vacation, that the identification point that this might be a fling was what was causing it to be on the cliff edge with a huge drop off. And you said all around you it was snowy and icy. And you said, but when you looked off into the distance, you could see a vast, beautiful ocean. So this is the space by which it can articulate the difference between where you found yourself and what was promised, right? Because you said all around you was snowy and icy, right? So that is the space by which you were feeling potentially isolated, um, and having to like disassociate from your own emotions in order to stay in the relationship. But then you see the reason you went out there in the first place was the fact that potentially someone promised you the ocean, right? The observation in the difference between what was promised, like, let me take you somewhere beautiful, right? Versus where they actually ended up, where it ended up going. And so you said that you were near the cliff and that there was a giant snowy, icy hill that you needed to walk up, but you were only wearing Uggs. So I need to stress this again. The situation by which another person may have been saying to you that the reason that you didn't have that like what they were promising you was because you were not living up to their expectations of you, right? But in fact, that would be the space of saying, I knew I had to get up the hill. But in fact, how the guide saw it was the space by which someone put you in a position that was literally impossible, that nobody could succeed in that venture, that the space by which I need to stress the fact that you said, I knew I had to get up the hill, and but there was no way of doing so. This is again feeling energetically stranded in a relationship where again someone may have been making unreasonable demands on you, but not giving you any feeling of energetic support and relationality to how you are actually going to effectively navigate being within it. You then said that in a moment of desperation for fear of slipping and falling off the cliff, you called your mom to bring you sturdier boots. This could have been a situation where I would not be surprised if you felt in some way, shape, or form the only person who you could have an energetic confidant in was potentially your mother, or having to, if you could not communicate upon her about it, having to rely upon what they taught you about relationship, which is the space by which you said, please bring me sturdier shoes, which is the space by which you may have either felt like you were telling, I would say, either telling someone about the situation, or the feeling of saying, you did not prepare me for this situation in terms of what I can expect to build into a healthy relationship. Now, like again, it's a little bit of that you should have told me kind of thing. Now, there's a lot of that space by which we see that in the midst of talking to them about it, you said that you saw a snowcat or snow vehicle there. So you said, oh, you got in to drive up the hill instead of walking. Well, this is the actual relationship, right? Like this is this is the relationship. And I need to stress this. Once you got into the snowcat, you realized that there were no windows and it was pitch black inside, right? So again, the difference between what was energetically promised in the relationship, we can do this together, I'll help you get there, versus what it felt like or what you found upon arriving in the relationship, which is a space by which you said pitch black, all black inside, no windows. There was it wasn't it was the space by which you enter a relationship that you then feel trapped in, because it's not what another person told you, or the feeling that they were intentionally misleading you in relationality to what was actually happening. You then said it started moving. So that's the kind the feeling of, again, understanding the feeling of being energetically deceived in the space of going into something with the understanding of being able to have a choice in terms of the direction, but then feeling like you've lost control and you're having to navigate what another person articulates is the relationship, would be the space by which you feel like you're in a relationship and you're just being told to trust it, but with no clarification as to where it's going. And that's why I feel like that's the space by which you're identifying how crazy, right? Like in the context of, again, this is often what we see in situationships where someone, like, it's the context by which someone says, I'm not going to tell you where it's going, but if you don't put your trust in it, you're breaking it. Like that is effectively the identification point of the situation of a relationship that was requiring you just to embody the situation instead of working towards a manifestation goal. You then said that you also realized you started panicking because you realized it could be headed off the cliff, right? The understanding of something not being what another person articulated, but being something completely different. You said you tried to force your way out, but you were trapped. So this can often indicate the space by which you were trying to get clarity as to what was happening, but you realized that you were already too caught up in it to be able to do anything about it. You then said you felt like the drop off the cliff and it was still all black around you. So this could be the understanding of recognizing where the relationship, the direction of the relationship, where the inevitable conclusion is, right? Because it's the understanding that when we're putting a relationship in a healthy space, we are always clear in terms of embodying the manifestation. There's no reason to be energetically deceptive. The relationship itself is one that's built on trust. So we usually get more clarity the more that we get to know each other. But this could be talking, or this, I feel like this was the guide showing you that the direction of something was not getting better, it was getting worse. Especially if this was a relationship where you felt like the deeper you got into it, the less you knew, right? Energy that was demanding more trust, but less clarity. And you said there was that deafening whoosh, like you were moving through some kind of dark energetic tunnel and your stomach dropped. And then you said that you felt the vehicle hit the water, and this is potentially you saying the feeling of the fall and the sounding of the whoosh immediately, and you knew that you had unalived in the space of the dream. So this is the understanding of arriving in the dream with the conclusion of the feeling of someone that was not prioritizing the care of you, but was rather than demanding trust, which was creating, like you identified at the beginning of this dream, what felt like was potentially a fracturing or an egoic unaliving, because the only way you could remain in that relationship would be to energetically sacrifice yourself. It's like the guides were saying, like the only way you could reasonably stay in a relationship like that is if you didn't have any care for your own energetic person. And you said that when you woke up, you said you were still seeing all of that white light, which slowly faded. And I would almost say to a certain extent, like this dream itself was the reason that it came so impactful was almost like the guide's messages for you to get out of the relationship. It's like the guide's like trying to say to you, like, look, this is the direction of it. This is where it's inevitably going. And I feel like the fact that you had that like shock, like even to the space of being like having you work through that place of collapse, it was almost like the premonition of the direction that something would lead to in terms of what you could expect if you stayed on that trajectory, which is why you said that there was almost like that space of it following you into the present, and why you were so emotional in the experience of waking up and you were crying because it almost felt like it was real. And the guides were saying it is real because that was what was energetically happening. Like the guides were almost like showing it to you and saying, like, yeah, you have to take this seriously because this is not an if. This is just like this is like it's almost like the guide saying, like, this is there's no other way out of it beyond going through that type of journey. You also said that you remembered that people were hiking along the cliff casually during the space of experiencing this dream. And you said you wanted to lead them back to the place, you wanted to lead them back to the place where we were staying. And this is just to show you like the level and degree of empathy by which you are arriving to a situation. Because even in the space of navigating something that was treacherous for you, Your concern is more about the people outside of the situation, which is almost like, again, I feel like to a certain extent, it was the guides. And, and we were talking about this earlier. The one thing we have to be conscientious of is when we are being overly empathetic, we are being overly empathetic where we're not putting the same care to our person that we would to put to someone outside of ourselves, which is the space by which I almost feel like the guys were showing you that to say it's not selfish to put that care of your person so long as what you're asking the self for is reciprocal, something that you would eagerly give another. So I would not be surprised if you were having a hard time in a situation where someone was telling you that you were being selfish for asking these things and not wanting to leave the relationship because another person was articulating that even though they weren't giving you clarity and even though they weren't building that space of trust with you, they were also trying to articulate that somehow, some way, you are the one hurting them through that experience. Because the guides, I feel like the guides were giving you that little afterthought to say it's not self. What you're asking for is not unreasonable. It is the bare minimum. It is the energetic standard, right? It's not a space by which you're articulating for something that is like you're not asking for everything. You're asking for the energetic bare minimum. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with the Three of Cups and it's upright. This could be a lot. This could be a lot of the moments. I feel like often, and this is what I mean in relationality to other energies, sometimes not helping us when we're going through experiences like this. Like what can happen when there's mentality around us of those who also lower their expectations, which is the space by which another person says like, oh, you just need to stop caring so much. Oh, you just need to start being as cruel as them. Oh, the problem that you're bringing to a situation isn't that you shouldn't be in it. It's just that you're not being cool, right? So like I keep on saying there's nothing more toxic than when we're going through something that's tearing us apart and another person starts to mock us because they say that we're not being cool enough to be able to navigate a situation. But that's what I keep on seeing in relationality to you effectively healing, because I keep on seeing the context by which we build empathy for each other is not telling, I keep on hearing it's not to, we're never, our care is never about being cool. When we're compassionate about each other, we don't say, oh, you just need to not care as much. Because I keep on seeing like the space by which we stay in relationship and don't care is the space by which we build into a relationship that lacks any meaning, is what I keep on seeing. So this could feel like you didn't necessarily feel like you were in a supportive environment with others that were confirmed for you, but rather almost someone trying to like turn the tables on you and say that you were the one that was energetically like the problem because they were hurting you and you were suffering, but almost like the space of them like another person trying to say that like you were the one that was the energetic issue, as opposed to taking accountability for what they were putting what they were energetically putting you through. That is our thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's common for those that need these messages also to be here to receive them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for Wednesday, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. All right. I usually don't read on old dreams, thinking chapter closed. Maybe I should. Captain, thank you for your subscriptions ending soon if you'd like to renew. Hi there, witches. So good to see you today, dear. Well, this sounds happy. Per Popsicle, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you, witches. I know it's an incredible dream. Thank you so much for sharing it with us. It really is like, I feel like it was the guides giving you a wake-up call. They were like, you are not overly thinking this. You are in danger. Like it is like the guides being like, you are in danger. Sorsha, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Such a light dream. I've never experienced anything like that. No, it was like the guides saying like, you are not, I feel like the guides were trying to say to you, you are not overly worrying about this. This is actually much, much worse than you anticipate. It was totally an allegory for the relationship. I've definitely had dreams where I've had that happen, usually during a tornado, unprepared. Isn't the subconscious amazing? Yeah, she was super against the relationship, obviously, but not helpful. Yeah, that again, you did not give me the shoes. You didn't prepare me for this. Lack of control. I felt very differently after everything. It was part of the awakening. Isn't it unusual to act to get to the point? No, that's what I mean. Like, that's why I'm seeing that it was a guided dream, because the fact that it's not the fact that it happened in the dream, it's the fact that you brought it into the waking life. The guides are like, you are not over. I feel like the guides are trying to say to you, um, you are not overly making a big deal out of something. Like, we are trying to tell you to get out of this because there's only one direction it can go. Yes. It was like a premonition. Yeah, I was the one hurting them according to them. No, you see the 3 of cups, yeah. I was told to just trust completely, all of that. Spot on. Sending you so much support, dear. Yes. I was told, yeah, completely. Just some light entertainment. You're so welcome. And thank you again for having that reading with me, and thank you for sharing it. No, it feels to me like it was a guide. Like, I feel like the guides were trying to give you like a scary wake up call. You know, they were like, you aren't like, this is not like, this is not an if, this isn't a when. Like, they were just like straight. Yeah, no, it really was. I was thinking the same thing. Like, I was thinking about Whoopi too, Bridget. Like, it was like the guys being like, you are in danger. I love the way you interpret. Oh, I do my best. Thank you, Melly. All right, friends, we're going to get started on one card readings right now. If you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you'd like to become a subscriber, hit that subscribe button to add to to be able to have a one card. Also, make sure you're recharging your heart needs if you'd like an animal spirit guide card on top of your one card. All right. One card, highest priority for V, please. Um, it's saying to me, like, just keep on doing something in like a reliable fashion right now. Don't don't jump to conclusions about things right now. You know, the thing about, like, the thing with this, like, I gotta tell you right now, the thing we have to be conscientious of with like Aquarius full moon energy is the mind can sometimes be a very unhealthy playground, is what I keep on seeing. Assume the best, not the worst, like making sure that you're not letting assumptions make you reactive to things is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide for V, please. Yeah, the horse, right? If you're going through, like, everybody's kind of going through a lot right now. So, like, allow for that context of understanding that the ability to be adaptable is one of the best gifts that we can give each other, right? Like, just allowing for that smoothness and helping others through what they may also be experiencing. One moment, please. One card, highest good for Ella, please. Um, Very much the same. I keep on seeing, I feel like there's almost something about being able to check in on someone is what I'm seeing, you know? Like, the ability to articulate. I keep on hearing, like, I'm just checking to see if you need anything. Yeah, like I said, like, it's giving me, um, like, remember, like, you know, I feel like there's something about another person giving someone energetic confidence through their own anxiety, which is, I keep on seeing we all navigate our anxiety in different ways. And I keep on hearing, like, sometimes when we're like navigating a lot of anxiety, like, we can have a lot of those controlling tendencies. But I feel like being able to give someone that, like, confidence boost in terms of being able to get something, like, be able to do something and saying, like, I know you can do it and I'm here to help you facilitate upon that, is not the space of saying, where are you, but what do you need? How can I help you? All right. One moment, please. 2 cards, highest, oh, hold on a minute, animal spirit guide for Ella. Yeah, the blackbird, right? Like it's almost saying to me, like, I feel like you almost to say to someone, like, look, I know that there's a lot on your plate. I don't want to bother you, but I feel like it's good to have those energetic, like I'd love to have a way, like I'd love to have a way to be able to support you, but almost like saying, like, let me know that the best way I can do that is what I keep on hearing. 1 card on love, please, for Nikki. I feel like this is working through vulnerabilities. You know, I feel like I see you and another person. Um, like, I feel like there's something important that's being navigated as it relates to articulating upon vulnerability, bottom of the deck. But I also feel like the thing I keep on seeing is we can't force vulnerability from each other, right? Which is almost like I always say, like, we invite it, which is to say, like, look, I know you're not confident, comfortable talking about something, but if the day ever comes, like, you know that I'm here to receive it, is what I keep on seeing. Especially animal spirit guide card. Yeah, the stag. Sometimes just letting, I keep on hearing letting someone understand that we're there if they ever feel the need to talk about something helps another like sometimes that is the greatest way we can support each other, which is not the space that I keep wondering, we don't force like a vulnerable conversation, but we tell someone that we're always ready to have one. 1 card for Ava on divine counterpart, please. This is, oh, I see someone like closing out some energetic cycles right now. I keep on hearing someone say this isn't healthy for me. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I almost feel like I see somebody that like went through some kind of separation. Um, but I almost hear someone saying, like, you weren't here when I needed you, is what I keep on seeing. You know? Like, it's giving me a little bit, I mean, like, it's giving me a little bit of like, um, it's not like if you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best, but I almost keep on hearing someone say that, like, it's almost like they just went through something and another person just like I keep on hearing, yeah, I almost hear someone saying, like, I can't forgive you for forcing me to be strong, which is almost like the observation of someone saying, like, I keep on hearing someone say to someone, you can't come back here. You know what I mean? Like, I almost feel like I see somebody that's like finding their strength by being able to articulate upon their boundaries, but in a way that I keep on seeing. They're like, I'm not trying to hurt you with them, but I'm just trying to honor mine, you know? Nelly, hold on a minute. I'm hearing that like Tom Petty song. Don't come around here no more, Ava. If you know that one, like that was the song I was hearing. Hold on. Oh, lost my spot. We literally just had a combo like this morning. Oh, you're so welcome, Nikki. Thank you for confirming the reading. I was doing that with my daughter going through this. Thank you, Ella, for confirmation. Oh, wonderful. Thank you guys for supporting it. The list is closed right now, Kath, but if you want to get on for Wednesday, you'll be the first person read for. Okay. 2 cards for Bridget, please. Highest priority. I keep on hearing allow any emotionality. We've got a Pisces. I think the moon's in Pisces right now, so it can be very emotional. It might be a good time to write things down. Like I keep on hearing, uh, channel the emotion into setting for like manifestation goals, especially as it relates to healthy energetic connection, is what I keep on seeing, right? Allowing some kind of sentimentality to help guide in terms of what feels like it's healthy versus what we feel sentimental upon. Animal spirit guide, right? Like allowing this Aquarian full moon we're moving away from to allow the gift of perspective. Sometimes perspective makes something harder because something looks even worse as we continue to heal. 1 card, and thank you as well, Melly. 1 card pull on continuing to build that business. Yeah, I feel like it's like helping another person through something is what I keep on seeing. I feel like this is almost like talking to someone about acting in a retainer way, is what I keep on hearing, like building connections about overflow is what I'm seeing. Like it almost says like talking to another person about some kind of availability when they themselves aren't available. Animal spirit, yeah, salmon, how can I help you? Right? Like it's saying to me like we can help each other. Claire, one card on divine counterpart for Claire, please. This says to me, I see you kind of working on, I feel like you're healing your abandonment wounds, but again, I feel like this is you holding yourself more sacredly. Bottom of the deck, a healthy relationship is not going to require you to lower your standards and move towards it. They're going to hold your standards as you would your own. They're not going to say that they're too much. If this, again, healing from rejection, if someone finds your standards too high, let them go. All right, Kath, one card, highest priority, please. This is saying, again, the past is a library, not an armory. If you're looking at the past as something that bothers you, allow that to be the energetic lesson that helps to fortify the positive direction. Yeah, especially as it relates to honesty. It's not enough for another person to say they're being honest. We can be kind with our honesty. Kindness does not, honesty does not exclude compassion, is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide card, please. Yeah, the hair, right? Like somebody saying, I was just like, it's not about just, it's not, it's about the intention that another person articulates something. Don't let someone change like what their energetic intention is. Hi there a little bit. We're doing one cards right now. If you would like a one card as a member over on the place where we keep the videos. One card I pick for Grace right now. Okay. This is saying to me, like, just right to continue to focus on those manifestation goals, even when you're working through some kind of anxieties. Yeah, right. Like to allow, like, I feel like you're also doing some inner child healing. So understanding that the anxieties that come up that are actionable are healthy versus healing from any of those. Like I keep on seeing like those little anxieties that sometimes create like the space of self-sabotaging. Yeah, especially with the B, right? Don't make assumptions, assume things are going the way that they are. Be articulate upon anything that's bothering you to be able to find something that feels more energetically productive, right? It's also saying to me, always patient, never waiting. I'm doing well a little bit. How are you doing today? You don't even know how much you've helped me. Oh, really? I love that. I'm so happy to hear that, Nikki. Oh, thank you. One card, please, for BC. Um, just focus on what you're doing right now. One thing at a time. Don't get distracted is what I'm getting. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of demands right now in terms of like everything can be done in the context of time and priority. So if you have a lot of if you're navigating overwhelm, put it on a timeline. Animal spirit guide with the cow energy, right? Like allowing for that context of just doing what you can and recognizing and appreciating energy that appreciates that you're doing something in that fashion. You're not going to miss anything that's for you. Kaka, I like that. One card on divine counterpart, please, for Claire. This is saying to me, like working on reliability, not feeling like I keep on hearing a healthy relationship does not require you to bend over backwards. It appreciates how much you contribute into it. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Six of Wands in its reversal is like, I keep on seeing like working through healing by understanding that a healthy relationship does not require us to be perfect. It just requires us to understand, identify where the work is. Oh, sending you support, Bridget. You're so welcome, Kath. You're so welcome, Grace. I do my best, Tay. One card for Erica, please, spirit led. Remember that you are sacred. Keep on embodying that sacredness. Bottom of the deck, especially as it relates to healing from energy or situations in the past where you might not have held yourself as sacredly. Bottom of the deck, animal spirit guide. Woo! Wow, that's a lot. The one that we're going to hold on to right now is the seal, right? Your job is not to convince another person about your preciousness. It's just to observe if they hold you as preciously. Minnie, I didn't see your question before. You may need to rephrase it. Yeah, thank you for confirming. Highest priority for Hannah, please. I feel like a healthy relationship can always handle a hard question, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, being able, like, again, like working through uncertainty to get clarity, like let that clarity, like have the bravery to have a hard conversation to make sure that it's like you're something's moving in the right direction. Yeah, especially with the wolf, right? Like we are when we're in healthy, like healthy energy can handle brave conversations. No problem, Minnie. I'll try to live in the moment today. Absolutely, BC. I got it now, Minnie. Beautiful idea with the parentheses. One card. How will it go? Oh, how will that go? Okay. I mean, they're going to try to make an issue with it. Is what I keep on seeing. You know, bottom of the deck. Help me help you kind of energy. Like I almost see someone trying to articulate that something's wrong. And like I almost see like someone saying like it's exactly as you left it. You know what I mean? Like don't let them get all touchy about something. Animal spirit got yeah, crane. Like I see somebody like white gloving something. You know what I mean? Like doing one of these, just giving you a heads up. You're welcome, dear. Oh, okay, wonderful. Can I get a card on what Erica can expect in that direction, please? This is saying positive. Just be patient. Okay. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Especially if it doesn't happen immediately. Like I keep on hearing, make sure that you energetically reapply. Is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah. Adder. Right. Keep showing someone invested effort pays off in big ways. All right, friends. Whoop. One card for the week for Esteban. Just I keep on hearing like there's something about this about being don't like just don't put off things, don't procrastinate, just get things done, get ahead of yourself. It's going to help you in some way. Yeah, especially don't wait to the last minute on doing things. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like this is saying to me like there may be new things popping up today, but good things. Ruby, one card on love for Ruby, please. Patience. Just continue to work on those manifestation goals. Trust is earned, it's not demanded. Yeah, especially like I keep on hearing no promises, like energetic effort in terms of like what you can find. I feel like I see something like I feel like I see you kind of moving in the direction of that with an energy that understands the value of taking their time. Animal spirit guide for Ruby. Yeah, being able to understand you are like working towards situations, understanding that you are the energetic prize. White gloving is like looking at something and being like, it doesn't seem like the way well, you know what I mean? Like somebody going like that, like being like, like that. You're so welcome, dear. All right, my friends, we've reached the conclusion of our reads today. I'll be off tomorrow. I'll be back on Wednesday. If you just became a subscriber today, welcome. Head over to our subscriber only Discord channel, introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find in the perk section a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is this Wednesday, so make sure you sign up. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. If you'd like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile, hit the bell there to turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event that we're having on that, which will be on Wednesday in case the notifications don't push through. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and sharing your afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my mods, to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my subscribers. Thank you, Mod. Thank you, Kay Megan, for all of your help today. I hope you guys have a beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.